Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the live stream on the fifth round of Norway Chess 2025. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you for the amazing round that we have. What are the pairings that are in store for today, guys? Well, today we have some very exciting pairings on our hands. Here we can see this round we have Magnus Carlsen taking on Fabiano Caruana. And why are all the players in cowboy attire? Well, the players are in the cowboy attire because you can see here the rest day was spent in that way for them. And that's how it's come out to be. Just a second. Can you guys hear me is the question. Let me see. Second. Yes, there we have it. You can hear me. And by the way, Gukesh takes on Wei Yi today. We have Hikaru versus Arjun. I think one of the most exciting rounds. Magnus Caruana, Vaishali versus Sara Khadem, Muzychuk versus Ju Wenjun, and Humpy versus Lei Tingjie. These are the pairings, and look at this beautiful picture of the two world champions here, Gukesh and Ju Wenjun. What a nice pairing. What a nice picture that we have here of them with a horse. And here we have the standings of the open section. We have Magnus Carlsen leading in the open section with 8 points. And Fabiano Caruana with 7. Hikaru Nakamura 5.5. Gukesh rising up with 4.5 along with Arjun and Wei Yi on 4. And we also have in the women's section Humpy and Anna Muzychuk with 7. Ju Wenjun 5.5. Sara Khadem 5. Lei Tingjie 4 and Vaishali 3.5. So, guys, let's go. Let's start with the games. Let's first begin with the game of the world champion Gukesh as he takes on today Wei Yi. And let's see if we can go to the board. There we have Gukesh Wei Yi and e4 played by Wei Yi, and Gukesh plays the Karo Khan. And guys, here's my first question to you. If the opponent is playing Karo Khan, what's the first move that is played here by black? What would be the first move to play here? Let's see if you guys can get it. Yes, that's the right answer. C6 is correct. All of you answering C6. Good job. Good job. Brilliant job. It's the Karo Khan that Gukesh has played, and actually it's a bit of a surprise because Gukesh does not play Karo Khan that often, but I think he has taken it as something that he he wants to play against Wei Yi. Maybe it's not a bad idea. Anyway, let's see if we can flip the live board. There we have it. So e4 c6, d4 d5, pawn takes pawn. The exchange variation in the Karo Khan. Pawn takes pawn, bishop d3, knight to c6. Now you can see how the knight is attacking the pawn. Wei Yi plays pawn to c3, and a very interesting move here by Gukesh. He plays his pawn to e6. And guys, which piece is very unhappy with this move e6? Which piece is not happy? By the way, Himang Ghosh is like, Arvind played an epic game to beat Zhu Jiangyu in just 27 moves today. Wow, that's great news. And we will try to analyze that game and put it up tomorrow on ChessBase India. But guys, Harshit Bhai is there live commentating. Yes, the piece that is not at all happy with all that is going on here is the bishop on c8, because the bishop on c8 is like, hey, how dare you close my path? But in a way, what Gukesh is wanting to, and the reason why Wei Yi is now thinking, is because Gukesh wants to do, and this has been, yes, Vin says, I thought the main move here is queen c7. Yes, Win. Queen c7 is played often. This is to stop bishop f4 ideas. And the other move mainly is knight f6. And then bishop f4. And then black goes bishop g4, queen b3. And this is how you continue this position. But essentially, if you see, the idea is always to put the bishop out and then close it. But here, if you will notice, he plays first e6 and closes it. And by the way, there is a very famous game, if I'm not mistaken, in this line. It is Vishy Anand playing with the white pieces had lost a game to one of the seconds of his own. And can anyone tell me who was it? It was played in India at Tata Steel Chess India 2018 in Rapid, if I'm not mistaken. But can you tell me who it was? Yes, VH. Surya Ganguly, absolutely right. And yes, Himank, you are right. Oh my god. In the chat, everyone is like, we know it. This is epic. Surya Ganguly actually in that game is on our channel. It's a beautiful game, very aggressive and attacking game by Surya Ganguly. He played his bishop here. This is how it happened. I don't know exact setup by Vishy. Maybe it was knight f3, bishop d6, castles, knight e7. And then later on, Surya played f6, and I think he played a quick e5. And that was a very, very strong game. I think a very interesting one, interesting encounter for sure. So, by the way, guys, we have the bars that are ready, and we will also mention in our live commentary the chess box at the top. Let's have a small message for the day. What should we begin with for today? Let's see. I think I'll start with welcome to round 5. Today it is Gukesh versus Wei Yi, and Gukesh slightly surprises his opponent with the Caro-Kann defense. Okay, guys, there we have it. Very nice. Let's go now. Surya helping Gukesh. Could be. We never know who's helping whom at these top level players. They are very, very smart, and they try to keep things as much under secret as possible. Let's have a look at what Arjun is doing. This is going to be very interesting. Arjun Erigaisi is playing against Hikaru, and he plays this very old line in the Slav. In fact, I have had experience playing this with white actually. Let's have a look at it. D4, D5, C4, and now guys, what is the Slav defense? How is it denoted here? With what move? Jahak Milfova says, Arjun gonna take that streamer down today. Oof. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Hikaru is not just a streamer. He's world number 2. He's an amazing, amazing player. Knight c3, pawn takes pawn. And now, in order to win this pawn, white often plays a4. Oh, Arvind reached 2750 for the first time. Wow. That's big news, lentils. Actually, that's really huge. And I think Himang Bhai, that calls for a nice post on Chessbase India, yeah? That Arvind. Arvind crossed 2750 for the first time in his life on live rating. A4, bishop f5 played. He plays knight e5. Now, I used to play a lot of moves here. E3 was one of the main lines. And then the games would go on with e6, bishop takes c4, bishop b4, castles. And maybe black would also castle. I would play queen e2, then knight e4. And this was very well known stuff. And then when white was trying to feel ambitious, many times would go for the move knight e5. The idea here is that you are essentially telling black, hey, I think I'm going to take this with my knight and I will push f3 and e4. Or I will play g3, bishop g2, castles and push e4. By taking this pawn, you have given up the center. So black needs to be careful. Black goes knight d7. I take the pawn. Queen c7. And guys, what is the move that black is planning in this position? What move is black aiming for? Can you let me know in the chat? Let's go. Let's see if people are ready with this. Oh yes, actually I'm very surprised that in this tournament I've been wearing this hat while commentating and the players are actually also wearing the cowboy hat. Like, it was such a big coincidence, right? Like, I never wore a hat while commentating and then all of a sudden you have these pictures that come out on the rest day that all the players are also with a cowboy hat and I'm like, there is something, yeah? Something's happening. Okay. We'll be waiting for Aditya Bhai to send us some images and some videos from the venue. We also have the quiz for the day by Jaikar Pandurangan, who will send us the question. Let's see what is his quiz for the day today. Okay, let's see what people have responded to this question. Let me see if I can load the chat chess moves. Yes, the chat chess moves is here. Second. Let's have the. Yes. Whoa. E5 is the move that I was expecting, and you have replied. Vihan, Arnav, Shivam, Satvik, Soham, Jelly Villager, Nicholas, SKCA, Rupam, and Carl. Beautiful job, guys. So the move that black is angling for in this position is e5. Wants to break in the center. And so white plays the move g3. Okay. e5. Pawn takes. Knight takes. And now, guys, how do you take advantage of the knight and queen in this diagonal? Like, what move can you play here? Let's go. Thank you, Jaikar, for sending the question. Let's also put this up. Jaikar's question. The Norway quiz of the day by Jaikar, who has been sending us a question every single day. That's very amazing. Norway quiz of the day. And he asks, who is the, let's put it in the chess box. Who is the only player to have not won a single game 3-0, which is in the classical, in the 2023 edition? Wow, that's a very interesting question. I believe Gukesh was also playing in that edition. So a tough question also. And people are like Wei Yi, Gukesh, Levon, Gukesh, Anish, Prag, Ding Liren, Ding, Wei Yi, maybe Gukesh, Ding, Levon. Megro says it is Magnus and Jelly Villager as well. Correct. Himang Ghosh. Well done. Megro was the first one and rest everyone won at least one classical game. The right answer is Magnus Carlsen. Oh my god, can you believe it? The guy who is currently leading the tournament, who has beaten both Gukesh and Arjun here with 3 points, actually won no game in the 2023 edition in classical format. Wow, must have been such a tough event for Magnus. Pretty sure. Naka won 3 games, Caruana 4, Gukesh and Alireza 2, and everyone won 1 game except Magnus. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Just thank you for this wonderful question. Sometimes, we forget that even the greatest players of all time face tough times. It's not always a very smooth road for them, and such moments actually remind us that chess is a very very big equalizer. Actually, chess does not actually is not kind to anyone, and in fact not at all kind to someone who doesn't work on chess. Like it's very difficult for they say that there is this goddess of chess called Kaisa, and the goddess is not kind to those who don't devote themselves totally towards her. Like these are some great quotes. I think you should Google like quotes on Kaisa. They also known as the goddess of chess. Okay, so the move that I was asking for you is what should white play in this position, and the move is very beautiful. Many of you have found it. It is bishop f4, pinning here. So the right move found by Arnav, Fast Curious, Magnus, Satvik, Shivam, Rupam, Jelly Village, Carl, Sandhya and Nicholas. So bishop f4 played, pinning, knight fd7 protecting, and I think the move that was played was bishop g2 here. By the way, Arjun has played a very surprising move instead of bishop g2, because here black players used to play f6. The old line was f6, but the new line, which became very popular for being very active. Can you guess a very active move? Slightly offbeat. What should black play here? Let's go for it, guys. Let's see. Devi Maya Patak says, Sagar bhai, whom do you think is the most mentally fit and little away from Magnus effect? Interesting. That's a great question, actually. I don't know. I've always felt Dubov is someone who doesn't feel the Magnus effect because he has worked with him. Anyone who works with Magnus can get that. But then, you also need the skill set. Like Jordan has also worked with Magnus, but he's not right up there. I've seen Dubov fight Magnus on equal terms in Rapid and Blitz at least. I think Fabi might be the right person, who doesn't feel the Magnus effect so deeply. And maybe Prague. I think Prague often has. Yeah, Levon as well. Yeah, Levon is someone who's beaten him multiple times. And by the way, let's see if you got the move here. Let's see if people. Wow, guys, G5. I'm loving the energy of all of you. Rajeshwari, Anonymous, Adarsh, Fast Curious, Jelly, Ruet, Rupam, Satvik, Soham, ASKK, G5 used to be played a lot here. And the point, of course, is you can't take the pawn because suddenly the pin is broken and you will lose the knight. So then many people would play like taking twice on e5 here. But then started knight e3 becoming very popular. Takes, and I think it was fg, hg and long castle, which is very, very sharp. So all these moves are interesting. G5, that's why Arjun plays a move to stop G5. It's also a very interesting move. You know what he played, guys? Any guesses? I mean, what move Arjun played? Chess says people guessing moves with engine. I'm not so sure, like people are actually thinking on their own here. And meanwhile, we have Amruta Mokal joining in. Amruta, wow, what a nice shirt. You are coming in this Maldives look.
What?
Like on the beach of Maldives.
No, it's not a beach wala style. पता नहीं क्या है, but I think yeah, you are looking at it for the first time because online एक बार तुमने देखा था and you had asked me ये कहाँ से आ गया?
Oh wow, हाँ कहाँ से आया?
अरे तभी भी बताया था मैंने.
कहाँ से?
मीना भाभी ने दिया था.
Oh, that's so nice. The right move here is h4 played in the game, and I want to actually definitely check this out on our chess base and mega database as to if this is a new idea or has it been played before. And Amruta, Arjun
Yes.
and Hikaru have been playing this very interesting line in the
Ooh.
Slav.
Let's go. There is no castle on Arjun's board and Nivea says twinning with blue. अरे हाँ रे,
क्या बात है?
तू भी blue. You
अरे अमृता-
feeling blue today?
No, I'm feeling good. Amruta, did you see like I've been wearing a hat in this tournament?
Yeah, and you know what? Yesterday they had this cowboy thing.
Yes, exactly. Like here are the pictures. Look at this.
Wow,
And
so
I'm also
cool.
wearing a hat.
It's
and
perfect, eh? This is for the world champion wala look, and your hat is perfectly like 2300 and 2400 wala look, basically. I'm not a GM look.
N- So, but what about you? You are not wearing a hat at all.
Good one, Sagar Shah. आज क्या you are actually cracking a joke.
Oh,
हंसा रहे हो तुम मेरे को.
nice, Amruta.
क्या
I
बात
think
है?
I think it's
I think you
very
have-
easy to make you laugh because you have such low standards of comedy. I've seen you just being
So I laugh on Samaj jokes.
No, you
also.
just laugh on your jokes. That's why.
Oh, I laugh at my jokes like anything, you know, the joy of cracking jokes.
Yes.
It's a process for which you can laugh. It's simple, right? You keep saying, don't go for the result.
True.
So I follow you,
But
Sagar.
in
Thank
this
you.
case, Amruta, if you can go for the result, it would be very appreciated. By the way, knight fd7, we have this position reached 4,000 times. And the main move, bishop g2, has been played 3,600 times. And h4, Amruta, only 2 games. But Mamedyarov has played against none other than Roman Shogziev. Guys, do you know Roman Shogziev? Does anyone know him? And Amruta, I'm asking her also this
Oh, come
question.
on.
You know it?
Of
Oh,
course. Nacho says, I saw that video of Food Farmer with you, Sama, and with it. Oh,
the word. Oh, thank you, guys. You know who Roman Shogziev is? And there's a very special video coming out. Hi,
Arthur is
everyone.
like love
The
marriage
picture that-
cancelled. Roast marriage. Tick mark.
Arre.
That's true. वो आबिके सिंह मेरे बाप का दोस्त था.
You know the Roman. Did anyone find Amruta?
Youngest I am. Yeah, so many people know it,
Yes, I
Baba.
am. Wow, guys, and I interviewed him just 2 days ago. I have to still edit that
And
video.
this shows, guys, that everybody, I mean, people do not use engines. They don't have to. They have good knowledge.
Look at Roman there. He became a IM. Guys, he became an IM at the age of 10 years,
Wow.
3 months, and 21 days.
Wow, that's a Roman Empire which is building.
Well, he's just amazing. He's amazing. He doesn't speak that much English, but he was such a sport. His mother, Saglara, joined us as well, and she translated many of his answers or just told him to speak. Actually, he can read English now, so he was using Google Translate. It was very cool, very sweet. And Amruta, h4 has been played only 2 times. And I think it's a good idea to add this in our chess box as the next update.
Norway quiz for the day. Who is the only player to have not won a single game 3-0 in 2023 edition. Oh my god, no. 2023 edition. I don't know. But Gukesh played in that edition and he finished third. So he's definitely not the one, no?
No.
And Caruana played well, Magnus played well.
Actually, the answer is Magnus. Amrita. Can you believe
Come
it?
on. But Magnus won the tournament, no?
I don't think so. I think
First or second. I mean, if Gukesh finished third.
I think
And I'm sure
Nakamura
Magnus finished ahead of Gukesh.
maybe he was winning only Armageddon.
Armageddon. Oh, that is such a great quiz by Jaikar.
Yeah,
Amazing. I mean, I could never guess it would be Magnus.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes, we kind of tend to believe Magnus would win everything. It's not the case all the time.
True, he does give some chances for others to win the quiz, but not the tournaments.
So I'm just.
True. Himang says with this crazy last round black win with Fabi. That's how the Hikaru Nakamura won. Got it. No, guys, he's not Faustino Oro. That guy was Roman. तुम्हारा भी चिन कट हो रहा है.
कौन सा?
हाँ ठीक है आगे आते हैं तो.
So here Amrita h4 and then he played f6. Hikaru took roughly 11 minutes for this move and Arjun took 8 minutes to play bishop h3, which is the best move. Bishop takes, rook takes.
But rook on h3.
Yeah.
Insane. Is he gonna get g4 rook g3 or something?
It's actually slightly weird position for sure.
I mean, you would never get to see in a top player game rook on h3 with the pawns on g3 h4. Yeah. So, but in spite of that, white's position is good. इसका क्या मतलब है सागर शाह?
किसका?
सुना नहीं
सुना मतलब you don't get to see rook on h3 but still white's position is good.
हाँ इसका क्या मतलब है? इसका एक ही मतलब है. Arjun is a madman.
Yeah.
Magnus is.
I mean, also the thing is, there's a nice pin here. Queen will go to c2. Long castle could happen here. So also light squares have become slightly weak. So there are few pros in Arjun's favor. We'll come back to this game, Amrita.
But also he can shift with h5, h6, rook h4
Definitely.
later.
Definitely. Win has said, can Greek gift work in Guki game? Instructive. Let's go to Guki game because there I believe that some fireworks. And then we'll also check Fabiano versus Magnus. Look at this, Amrita. Gukesh has blitzed out his moves today. I want to show you because you played this line with white against Khan.
Okay.
I think.
Panobot winning.
No, he played this exchange variation.
Oh, the boring one.
Bishop d6, castles, knight e7, and I was talking about this line.
Knight, they develop on f6, no? Generally, queen c7, knight f6.
No, but the idea is to play f6 and e5. And here the question is,
can bishop h7 happen?
Can bishop h7 work?
Intuitively, no way.
That's such a good question actually.
Because of a simple reason, no? This.
So let's say if you take
bishop h7, we'll all calculate together. King h7. Knight
Check.
d5 check. Now king can always here go to g6 and g8.
And the thing is,
if you go g8, first we try to calculate that one.
Yeah, here in king g8, what's the winning move here, guys, for white? White to play. This is known as the Greek gift. It's actually.
So I thought generally one important thing is also that the pawn is on e5.
Oh, but this is just crushing Amrita. It's just game over. Yes,
the
guys.
theme is same.
Queen h5 is just killer move. Queen h5 and the game is absolutely over here.
Wow. So if you go f pawn move, queen h7 is a mate.
There's just no way
if
to
you play
stop
rook,
the mate.
1 second, I want to show the variation. Very interesting question. If rook e8, guys, then you might think this and this is a mate. But not a mate because the knight still goes to g8. Though it is like it will be winning in multiple ways. But the best way to continue here is important. Yes, Vihan.
Of
Very
course,
good.
Queen F7.
First you give a check, then you go back and give a check, and now you can give this check. Rook E3, Queen
Oh, yeah,
H7. Now
actually,
anyway you
Amrita,
can
this
give.
is a very, very quick way to finish the game
In this
with
situation,
rook.
you have the rook, yeah.
So,
But so King G6 seems forced then. Oh my
absolutely.
goodness.
King H7, H6 is a blunder because the bishop is sitting here
Knight F7.
and simply knight E6 or F7
Knight F7.
with a double check and losing the queen. So that's the reason why King G6 is the key move.
And normally here again, what are the moves which White tries to consider, guys?
Mainly.
Arey, I had asked them, na.
Yes.
So there are, yeah.
Oh, Amrita,
One
we have a
queen.
member. Guys.
Manish Sharma is the member. अरे क्या बात है?
Thank you. And people are saying your food farmer episode is crazy.
Release हो रहा है क्या?
Food
सागर?
farmer is a well-known influencer. He does some very good work in trying to spread awareness related to food, and he wanted to do a podcast on chess. This was back in January 2025, I think before Vaikanze, and it was me, Vidit, and Samay who joined there, and it's a very nice, very nice.
Wow. अभी but release हुआ. तुमने देखा क्या episode?
नहीं मैं देखा नहीं, but it is released.
Okay. Wonderful. We'll look at that. Manish says, Sagar bhai, I love you. Love to be a member and backer of Indian Chess. Seeing you since 2020. Always admire your work.
Thank you.
Arey.
Thank you so much.
So
So
good.
super kind of you. And guys, you all know where our membership money goes to. It goes into the laptops that we have to that we give to the young talents. So all the money that you are giving is very, very greatly appreciated. And by the way, this move F5 is so good because now you can't go to G3, the bishop covers it, and if you go to H4 in order to check, I have a very cool move here, which is Rook H8. And that's how the king is safe here. And
one more thing, when we see Queen D3 check, because many times the Queen comes on H7, but F5 here is, and that is the reason, guys, that in Greek gift, what is very, very important is when you have a pawn here on E5, such moves with F5, E takes F6 is always a thing to calculate.
Correct. Also here, Amrita, knight F5 is coming. Also, there are all the things in black's favor. Like after Queen G4, F5, Queen H4, if the rook and queen were not connected, then Rook H8 wouldn't come. So
True.
because of all of this, black is fine here. So the Greek gift isn't possible. The Greek gift starts with the bishop taking the pawn, knight going in, and the queen joining in. But now the move that is played is c4 by Wei Yi, and that too after 17 minutes of thought. And guys, Wei Yi has gone wrong, it seems, Amrita. Already Gukesh's position looks very slightly preferable here.
But wait, can I find that move? Because the engine is slightly weak, right? It could adjust itself. So
Yeah.
I'm just looking at. But at least it doesn't seem very obvious. Only reason it can be where. Can I go knight b4?
By the way, Vedant Hendre says, Sagar bhai, I
Oh,
got the Circle Chess giveaway organized during Superbet Classic. Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, Circle Chess has been a wonderful, wonderful partner, wonderful addition to the chess ecosystem. They're all working very hard to popularize chess, and they've teamed up with us often to give some giveaways. And I think this their membership is very valuable. TSM says, Sagar bhai, एक बार बोल दो इस साला कप नामड़े.
What does it mean?
Maybe it's something that I think they say it when RCB has to win the IPL. Like let's bring the cup home. I think that's what it means.
What you need is to only remove that L from IPL after the kidney stone.
IP. IPL.
Say to say.
Well, it was a good one because it was.
Oh God. Dr. Strange says food farmer is good. His movement got mentioned by the PM, I guess. Ooh. And Cyrus also says, I just saw the Food Farmer episode, super one. अरे
so nice to know.
काफी लोग देख रहे हैं सागर. That's amazing.
That's good to know, guys.
Okay, but
So,
d
by the
takes
way-
c4 is the move. क्या? Bishop c4, knight f5. I was looking at knight b4. Knight f5 को d5 is
But
what
why,
I saw.
why should we move the knight? I mean, there's no need.
IQP के लिए.
It's already an isolated
Because
pawn.
you say ना एक बार. Say ना.
Why should
No. Just say what is that d4 pawn called?
IQP?
क्योंकि you have kidney stone.
Nice.
Okay, knight f5. Until you have kidney stone, at least you can crack jokes. No, that's the.
By the way, Amrita, Shri
Oh,
says Chess
Adapt
Ranga
says-
is very helpful.
Arey,
Thank you.
what
bhai.
did you like? Thank you, because that will help us to know. Adapt says breaking news: Arvind reached 2750 for the first time.
Yes, Amrita, we did cover it.
Harshit was commentating.
I mean, we did speak it on this live stream a few minutes ago.
ठीक है,
Can
sorry,
you- can you
I
take
wasn't here.
No,
I
it's
couldn't.
such a great news, right?
Yeah.
It's like now we
No,
have
2750 is so difficult to reach. I mean, it's like a dream.
we have 4 players about 2750 now in India.
But also sustaining such a rating is a very big challenge. Anything about 2700 in general to sustain is so difficult. So I think Arvind OP ho jaye ek baar.
Nihal is coming very quickly up. He's at 2700 now live rating. He has.
Yes.
And we also have Vidit Bhai who is about 2700. So that means India has
And
now
Hari is also 20.
India has 7 players about 2700
For the
and Hari
first
also
time.
8
First
actually 8 guys, maybe it's a record. Yeah, 8 players about 2700. So what Wei Yi has done by playing c4 is given chance to Gukesh to take and play against this isolated pawn. My small worry is that
Oops.
the knight on e7 is a little bit passively positioned. On f6 it's much better, but
But if
it prevents these spins.
and anyway, if it reaches d5, it doesn't matter because whether from f6 or whether from
Yes.
e7, but in the meantime, it has got a nice position.
So my idea, Amrita, here is either play h6 to stop bishop g5, then b6, bb7, knight b4, knight d5, and like this is dream.
That's what I thought first night before, no? Because you want to sit on d5?
Yeah, but maybe it's
No,
not.
now first b6.
Actually, Amrita, the thing is, one thing to remember is when your knight jumps here, white knight tries to come into the center. So
Yeah.
it's not all.
Actually important point.
It's not like getting the knight here is the end goal, right? The end goal is never to just put the knight here. It's to prevent white from liquidating often with d5, or to just keep some pressure here on the pawn, or not allowing him to push. So all this Gukesh, I think, has stopped here. You imagine he's very well prepared here. Suddenly he stopped, which means it's not in his prep. He's thinking, oh, maybe some mistake by Wei Yi. What should I do? And this is where I think he will try to figure out.
So it was not a top move of the engine, right? That's why Gukesh would have gone
Yes.
into a thought.
Yes.
Because normally they have gone c3 against c4, and Wei Yi exactly did this, trying to take Gukesh out of his preparation.
Yes.
Very cool. Oh, by the way, I think Sagar, a while back we got a new member again.
Oh, Samir Singhdev. Thank you,
Yes.
Samir Bhai, for becoming a member. Our second member for today. Let's go.
Kya
Meanwhile, we have Akshit Sharma, who has said, I'm playing the 21st GM tournament. Same one Gukesh played in. Akshit, are you playing at the Delhi Open? Is it Delhi? Akshit, can you please confirm? Because, guys, it is one of the most interesting and exciting tournaments in India that's happening, with a total prize fund of more than 1 crore rupees. It's happening in
Huge.
June.
No, it used to be a record setter kind of a tournament, because so many people used to play. Every age, also so many different countries we have people from.
it's a, I would say it is one of India's jewel tournaments that happens in Delhi, and I have a beautiful picture that I want to show you from that event, because I believe that it's such a wonderful moment that was captured by David
Oh.
Lada after let's
Oh,
see.
1.21 crore, says Himank.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
Amruta, check out this photo. This is the beautiful picture, and that is Bharat Singh, who was at that point the CEO of AICF, if I'm not mistaken. And there is Vishal Sareen in the background, Anand Babu is there, and Gukesh is being hugged by Bharat Singh because he became a GM in that tournament at the age of 12 years and 7 months and 17 days. So he missed beating Karyakin's record by a few days, 17 days. But apart from that, I think Gukesh did amazing. So I'm going to put the link of this Delhi Open in the chat. And if you guys are in and around Delhi, or if you are planning to play one tournament this year, then definitely consider going to this Delhi Open, because it's such a great event to play. And Amruta, maybe people can do this. I'll also put the link in the description. Actually, I'll put it.
Actually, one interesting thing about Delhi Open is it used to happen in January always.
Yes.
And it used to be very cold. So now it's, I think, much better season to play for people.
Register for
And
Delhi.
also we have another member.
Oh,
Harshit Saraswat has become the backer of Indian chess. अरे क्या बात है?
thank you, Harshit Bhai.
It in this less time, 3 members. It's a great day.
Oh,
And Himang says Daniel King coming back to official commentary for a long time. He will be
After
a
a
part
long-
of FIDE team for WRB teams in London.
let's go. I would
Yeah,
be
he's
so
in London. Actually,
happy.
that was the first time we met Daniel King in London Open 2015. Do you remember? That
London
was
Chess
our first
Classic.
London Chess Classic, first super tournament. In fact, you were playing the London Chess Open and you were covering London Chess Classic. Oh my goodness.
I was so happy to see him because I've learned so much from Daniel King, and I think
Yeah.
I'll go this time and do something with him. By the way, we have a believer on helpchess.org, Anusha PR. Thank you so much, Anusha, for becoming the 2278th believer. We are now looking at the game between Magnus
Nice.
Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Another important game for today. We have
Oh, Himank remembers Amruta had this epic interview with Sasha. There, if I remember. Yes, Himank. And Himank, I had taken a few more interviews because he was playing, and Sagar would tell me, okay, today you take Anish's interview, today you take this interview, and that interview. And I had taken Anish and Hikaru's interview, and there were 2-3 interviews which we just never published. They were so bad, so bad. So I was like, okay, this doesn't qualify, so they didn't publish.
I think
So I
there is
took
one
better ones
with
later.
Anish which we did
But
publish.
there was also something which we didn't publish. No, I mean, it was very difficult for me. It was the first tournament, and I learned over there. But
By the way, Ankit Patel, another member on the channel, fourth member today, Ankit Bhai. Thank you so much.
and all of them new members, yeah.
No,
That
I
is
think
interesting.
no, they
Yeah.
just renewed their membership.
तो ये न्यू आ रहा है, न्यू बैच कैसे आएगा फिर?
अच्छा,
New batch
new
is
है?
new.
हाँ.
This is also new. At least last two are new. I
Got
don't
it.
know what the first two.
So, by the way,
Okay.
Magnus's opponent Fabi has played the Rui Lopez, and we are into the main line of the closed Rui Lopez, and then he takes on c6, which has become such a popular line. I think recently we saw this happening in one of the encounters between Gukesh and Levon. By the way, here he didn't want to take the pawn because then black would also have taken the pawn. So he played the move rook e1, now threatening to take knight f6,
2d7.
and d4 played, and now bishop f6. And you know what Anton Zilla says, Amruta? Magnus called the bishop f6 as the Berlin regret line in his confession. Sagar, please talk about this.
Yeah, I mean, he played bishop f6 when the engine evaluation changed. And was it castle he had to play and give up the e5 pawn by any
No,
chance?
I think he had to take,
Hmm?
take, and castle here. This is how.
But it feels like e5 is coming and it looks so dangerous.
No, e5 is not dangerous, Amruta. You could always put your knight on c5, and it's not at all dangerous.
Because you don't have a light square bishop. That's why, maybe. Okay.
Actually, this is a very instructive moment here
That he played
with bishop f6. And Fabi did go bishop e3.
You mean he's prepared with bishop f6? I mean, he's calling it a regret line. So he plays and then regrets it, or I'm not understanding.
I think it's a very inferior version. Like, for example, let's say take.
Hmm.
You take, right?
Hmm.
And then queen d8, king d8, knight e5, bishop e5. And we have like a Berlin position here. And what is one of the reasons why Berlin works? So if we go back here, the main line of the Berlin happens like this. d4, knight goes back. Bishop takes here, take, knight f5, and we reach such a position. And it's very similar, you can see, but the only difference between this position, which is the main line of the Berlin, and this one is that here the white pawn is on e4, and here the white pawn is on e5. And many times having this pawn on e5 does give black squares on f5 and d5 to play with. But here you don't get it as in the game. So maybe Magnus is saying it's like a regret line. It's a very good version of the Berlin for white perhaps, but not so sure.
Though Magnus might be regretting, but you have to be very happy, Sagar. We have so many members. Suraj becomes pillar of Indian chess. I mean, renews his membership and becomes pillar of Indian chess.
Suraj, thank you.
Yes. And then Suraj ने बहुत ही brightness लाया है.
हाँ.
Yumi later becomes backer of Indian chess.
Wow.
Another
Thank you, Yumi
very
later,
quick member.
for supporting.
And उसके बाद तो तुम विश्वास नहीं रखोगे.
क्या हुआ?
Suraj is gifted 20 ChessBiz India memberships.
Wow, thank you, Suraj bhai. Thank you so much.
Oh my God. Oh, Aditya Sur Roy also receives the membership.
अरे आदित्य भाई आज आपने अपडेट्स नहीं भेजे कुछ? No pictures or anything. We are waiting for it.
Wow, so many people got the membership. So nice to see. Thank you, Suraj. Very kind of you. मजा आ गया. Wow. Yeah, it's a great membership day.
Oh, by the way, guys, we have a huge update here. I must tell you this because we have a big announcement. You all have.
अभी तो हो गई तेरी और क्या big announcement? So
Guys, please help me. Amruta is unstoppable. I can't stop her. Guys, many of you have visited chessranga.com where we have these amazing tactics trainer here and you have solved the tactics. I hope many of you have. Please let me know, guys, if you have used it. I've put some new positions like this one of the Vaishali game. It's mate in 1, queen f7. Exactly. But now, today, just right now, while we are commentating in one of our ChessBase India groups, we got a message that a new live page. Thank you, Suraj bhai. Pics incoming, says Aditya bhai. Arey, thank you, Aditya bhai. Waiting for it.
आदित्य भाई वो बहुत सही था वो हेलो वाला रील. मजा आ गया.
Yes, waiting for more reels. So here we have now launched a new page. Here you can see on the top called Compositions on chessranga.com, and Chessranga Compositions is something that is built by Shatanik. You can see very different puzzles here like helpmate, selfmate, mate in 4, mate in 2, mate in 2. All of this And
शातनिक का काफी टफ रहता है.
it's quite tough, but you guys can try it here, like two
But you think they are
movers.
capable of they have that caliber?
Yes, Amruta, they can try. It's
Okay, guys, you
amazing.
can try because Shatnik's positions are such that if you solve, like the kind of joy you can get, don't tell them the answer, Sagar. Let them solve it. Why are you robbing them away of the joy?
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, check this out.
This one is
Chessranga.
nice.
Oh,
Amazing one.
and by the way, we have another 20 memberships received by sent
Suraj.
by Suraj bhai. Are Suraj, what's
Suraj is
happening?
giving so much Prakash. Where is Prakash? Thank you, Suraj bhai.
Oh, by the way, Fabi is saying basically that I am not going to take on e5. I'm going to keep this structure, which is why I think Magnus says it's the Berlin regret line, because white is not going to take it at all. Now I understand. I was actually trying to think that maybe this is the superior version, but actually it's just keeping the structure here. And now Magnus is going to face a tough time against Fabi with a slightly worse position. He will have to play out of his skin. And Amruta, we also have two believers on Help Chess who have contributed today, two more. That's a
आज
beautiful.
क्या ही डे है 31st May.
Yeah, it's by Vijay Kumar Desai, and we have Arnav Chauhan. Both have contributed. Thank you, Jai, and thank you, Arnav, both of you, for this contribution. And
Wow, Ivan Ali says, "Yay, I got it." The membership. I mean, look at the joy of people who, are not expecting, but they become a member.
yes, that's always beautiful when you don't expect something and still get it. And guys, I'm going to put chessranga.com compositions in
And
the
that's why guys
description.
never expect anything. So whatever you get, you'll be feeling so much joy.
That's true, Amruta. That's a great point.
Shakespeare says expectation is the root of all the heartache.
Acha.
ये रिएक्शन लाइक शेक्सपियर होता तेरे सामने तो तू बोलता था अच्छा. Oh,
Like,
Lord.
thank you, Shakespeare, bye, for this knowledge. So, oh, look at Guki. Guki has not taken the pawn, Amruta. He's just moved his knight into b4. Okay, I'm just wondering, what if I go bishop f1? I think Gukesh is like, hey, don't you see I got a free move here, Amruta? Look at this. He got knight b4 for free.
Oh, but no, he will not go bishop f1. Come on. कुछ
Then
भी
what?
क्या है?
He'll give up his bishop.
अरे हाँ यार. Okay, wait. There will be an intermezzo. So if you go bishop f1, d takes c4. Can we focus on this position one moment? a3 में doesn't make sense. You go back knight d5. Correct. So that's where knight b4 was the most tempting move earlier also. c5 है क्या उधर? 1 second.
Yeah, I think the best move for Wei Yi seems to be to push the pawn.
Knight takes d3.
Yeah.
C takes
Threatening,
d6.
threatening. You can't take, Amruta. Knight
Knight
e1.
takes e1. D takes e7. Knight
Check.
takes f3 check. Queen takes f3. Queen takes e7. And black is an exchange up.
Yes. Exchange and a pawn up.
Yeah.
So knight d3, queen d3, bishop c7. Or I can go bishop b8. I don't know where, but let's say bishop c7.
Knight c3.
And Amruta, just this position, I have the bishop pair. It's looking good, no? Like I can play b6.
Not yet. You know why? Because until now, that bishop is somebody who has potential in life. But whether it will work hard, whether it will remain lazy is something we don't know. So what if bishop g5?
Right. By the way, c5 on the board. Let's go. Let's go.
Wei Yi ने c5 खेला है.
Wow.
You are interested because you are looking at the best chess.
No,
Okay,
but
that's,
Amruta, even if c5, it's not like winning move or anything. Like is just creating a big fighting position, and that's what we want, right? We want fighting
Yeah,
chess.
absolutely. Tejas is asking bishop takes h7 check when the knight was on b4. No, it wasn't working because earlier we saw the king takes and a king for knight g5 check. King comes upwards.
Oh, we have another person who has gifted 10 memberships. Amrita, आज तो party
Nitin
है.
Komar Meni has gifted 10 chess India memberships. मतलब today gift से already we have 40 from Suraj, 10 from Nitin,
Wow.
50 तो gift memberships ही हो गया है.
Wow, that's amazing, guys. That's just so nice, so brilliant. Thank you so much.
And we also had individual ones, and Rakshit is like, wow, super chat gifting train. Yeah, this is like a membership train happening. I think once Rakshit was the one who had started it. Thank you. Membership, yeah, membership gifting train ही हो गया आज. Crazy है. वही होता है ना, कभी कभी कोई तो दिन पे कुछ भी नहीं सोचा रहता है, सडनली कुछ हो जाता है ऐसा इंटरेस्टिंग.
Yeah, that's the beauty of streaming. Every day is a fresh new day.
Absolutely. Thank you. Sachin in the chat. Oh, worth checking last couple of moves of Arvind's game today. Surprising. A GM could blunder like this.
Okay, we'll have a look.
Oh, Arvind. Who sorry.
No, his opponent, Zhu Ziangyu.
रक्षित सिंह आज पहला डे नॉर्वे चेस का जिस दिन आईपीएल नहीं है.
वो आज आईपीएल नहीं है.
आज आईपीएल नहीं है. गाइस वी हैव 1.8 थाउजेंड पीपल वाचिंग. लाइक कर दो यार, लाइक कर दो सो दैट मोर पीपल विल गेट टू नो.
आई थॉट अच्छा आज रेस्ट डे होगा. फाइनल्स,
आई थिंक फाइनल्स इज ऑन 3rd, राइट? रक्षित हैड मेंशन सम डेट. 3rd को है फाइनल एट दैट पॉइंट. सेमीफाइनल्स कल है, आज ब्रेक है. अच्छा, बट कल आई थिंक मोर इंटरेस्टिंग, इट बोथ विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग. सो इफ पीपल हैव 2 TVs और 1 मोबाइल 1 TV या ऐसा कुछ रहेगा तो सही है. अदरवाइज 1 TV एंड 1 BB का मोबाइल, दैट ऑल्सो वर्क्स.
1 TV 1 BB.
1 BB का मोबाइल.
What the hell?
Because tomorrow is Gukesh versus Carlsen, guys. So it's very, very interesting and cannot be missed.
Amrita, it's time to show some pictures from the venue to our viewers here. Guys, look at the playing hall of Norway Chess in Stavanger. If any of you are interested to go there, this is where you can sit and watch the players really up close, up front. Very nice here. We also have a picture today of Magnus Carlsen versus Caruana. I love how Magnus is sitting fully confidently here. We have Gookie Boy here, super focused today. By the way, Magnus, here's a question to all of you. He has a logo here. Which is that logo of which?
Solid.
Yes.
That's the hint, guys.
किसका लोगो है?
सुरेंद्र says हमको क्यों नहीं मिलता membership from Nepal? It's hard to be a member. Surendra, hoping that someday you will get the membership. So don't give up. Saurav says I have one mobile where I'm watching chess and a laptop where I'm studying. क्या बात है?
Team Liquid, guys. Team Liquid is the right answer.
Jelly Villager does say 1 TV and 1 BB. So Adarsh is saying I watch IPL on mute while following chess here.
क्या बात है? क्या बात है? Team Liquid is the right answer of Magnus. Here you can see Gukesh very, very calmly sitting, and Gukesh has Westbridge on one and Waka on the other. That's so nice to see. And then we have Ajubai here playing against Magnus and against Nakamura.
And look at his corn box.
Corn box.
Nice logo there.
And we have Humpy who's playing against Lei Tingjie today. And Magnus, who arriving at the venue, was mobbed by a lot of young fans, and it was very beautiful. We also have Vaishali today. All the players arrive in beautiful cars, Amrita. You can see here Vaishali and his mother and her mother coming in a very nice car, which is branded with Norway Chess logo on the side and in the front.
What's the
So
company of the car? What's that logo?
Oh, this I don't know, guys. Guys, do you know which car company is this? Maybe we need to move here.
It looks like a V butterfly type of a thing.
Maybe Bentley.
Motor Forum.
No.
Audi.
Audi? No,
No.
can't be Audi.
I don't know. I mean, it's not the Audi logo for sure.
People.
BMW.
No.
Mahindra. Acha, they also don't know. Dev says, thank you for all you do for chess. He's super chatted.
Oh, thank you, Dev. Bye.
Lamborghini. Oh, that.
No one knows, Amruta.
Self-made.
Prajwal, I can bank on Prajwal to know this stuff. Maserati, he says. अच्छा, Prajwal
ये
bhai.
क्या है? ये कभी नहीं सुना है.
Maserati.
Norwegian maybe.
नहीं, फेमस कार ब्रांड है अमृता.
Got it.
तेरे बस की.
तेरे भी नहीं है.
अरे अमृता.
Nehal says I skip IPL while seeing chess and favorite commentary duo. Arey, thank you. Nehal.
Okay, takes on d3, queen d3 has happened here. Guki has taken the bishop pair, and now I believe he's going to save his bishop. He has a question between putting his bishop here or on the b8 square. I don't know where he will. Oh, people are saying Voya.
No, that's not Maserati. Google plus AI confirms it's Voya free, says Rakshit. But Daksh is saying it belongs to VinFast, a Vietnamese automobile manufacturer which is known for producing electric vehicles. And a stylized V, chat GPT ने बोला.
Oh, bye.
Yeah, that seems likely actually.
Voya, right?
हाँ, EV मतलब. Voya पता नहीं. VinFast बोला ना वो.
VinFast. Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. Voya.
अरे लिली थैंक यू शी सेज आई कीप द कमेंट्री इंटरेस्टिंग. नहीं तो यहाँ पे टोपी वाला है. Voya is the right answer. Okay, done guys. It's sorted. That was the quiz for today. But coming back coming back to the game, are we at this position, Sagar? 93 23 has happened on the board, and in fact I think Gukesh had 1 hour 51 minutes earlier when Wei Yi had 1 hour 31 minutes, and now he has used his time. The good part is black will be comfortable here. I mean, at least there is not much to worry. Unless, Sagar, what is according to you the possibility of whites, queen, knight, dark square bishop and a rook coming together to create the king side attack?
Yeah, very less, I think, Amruta. Because also one of the plans that here black has is to go f6, just taking away squares and then preparing to launch e5 in the center. And that would be super powerful. If you have two bishops and they can unleash, like imagine Amruta, knight c3 you were saying, right? I go f6.
Oh, you're not worried about e6 weakness? Arey baapre. No. In fact, I was going to go bishop g5 to provoke f6. But if you want to already play f6, then bishop g5 would have been a bad move, correct?
Right. So here, and then I was wondering if we could go knight g6. And if imagine you are a bit careless here, and you go knight b5, I go bishop b8 and you play a4. Then already here, I was wondering, Amruta, if we can push e5 here. Like, this could be something.
Oh, not yet.
Take.
Bishop g5. Jump.
Oh, it's a beautiful move.
Jump.
Actually. Not bishop g5, Amruta. But it's a good move also. But knight d6. And now I'm attacking this.
And for bishop d6, you have an intermezzo.
Yes, intermediate move and in-between move with a check. And then I pick up this with a winning position. So, yeah, have to be careful. I mean, this is eventual idea. It could happen after maybe 10-15 moves. But it's a plan. Let's go to Arjun and see what he is up to. Arjun is playing against Hikaru, guys. And here, not much happened in this game. After bishop h3, rook h3, Hikaru took 27 minutes to play rook d8. And meanwhile, Arjun has taken 11 minutes for his move already.
Acha, and he's still thinking.
I'm pretty sure he'll go queen c2, Amruta. This is the right square for the queen.
I have a question. Can you consider a move like queen b3 also? Because
but then knight hits you. So like here,
Ah.
knight c5.
Makes sense.
I don't want to put. I think the safe square is c2.
Then why? What is Arjun thinking about? Like maybe he wants the knight to actually go to c5 and then go to c2. But
Yeah,
for that,
he's
right
thinking
now,
whether
what
he
is
should
the
get
move?
the rook back. Just a useful
I would look
move.
at h5 honestly.
h5. Yeah, that's also not a bad idea. I think.
Oh, the Indian doesn't like
No,
it.
queen c2. Oh my goodness.
Wait. Knight d3 is not coming, right?
Oh my goodness.
Is it?
Oh my goodness.
And h3 looks a little loose.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Guys, black to play. What do you do here? And meanwhile, we have a 2281 believer on helpchess.org. Abhishek Kumar Ravi, 1000 rupees. Thank you so much, guys, for all those who are wondering. Like, we have memberships on Chessbase India that will go to youngsters. Help Chess funds going to youngsters. Yes, it's a lot of your support with which we have supported many young talents. So the membership money goes for the laptop fund, while the Help Chess goes for their travel and training and so on for tournaments. But here, yes.
And the Nightbot is sending a chat message about help chess. Maybe it can add the article which we have about the whole year, which was so beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, it still has to be published.
The laptop one we can have
yes.
until now.
So queen d7 attacks the rook. And the problem is this is hanging. Oh, by the way, Amruta, there is a big news that Chennai Grandmasters has been released. This year, Chennai Grandmasters.
By the way, Aditya in the chat says the cars are from Voya, a collab with Norway Chess, replacing last year's Mini Coopers as Norway is moving towards switching more to electric cars.
Oh, okay.
That is a good information. Final confirmation from Aditya, who is covering the tournament right from there.
By the way, Amruta,
Lee says, Sagar, hit the gym. You've got a handsome face. You will kill it. Hi, yaar.
Thank you, bhai.
Maybe that every time you keep the house on stakes, Sagar, we can say that you can go to the gym and get 6-pack. क्योंकि वो तो तुम कभी एम करोगे नहीं.
Yes.
तो इसके लिए वो आइडिया कैसा लगा?
Nice. Are the players out already? Arjun Erigaisi, Nihal Sareen, Vidit Gujarati and Anish Giri to headline. Wow. What a beautiful. And we also have the challenger section with Harika and Adiban. Pranav V will be playing in the masters category. That's so
by
cool.
Qualifying last year
he won. And Vincent Keimer is coming. Yay!
What was that about Leon? What?
What? No, Leon and
Mendon
I think Harika will play in the challengers.
Okay.
Yes, beautiful. That's great. I think third edition, first edition happened in 2023, second in 2024. We had Gukesh winning the first edition. We had Arvind winning the second. Let's see if an Indian can continue the tradition of winning. We are also okay if Anish wins it.
Anish is Indian only, वैसे for us. Okay, Rook D8. I am still wondering why is Arjun thinking, like, other than Queen C2, what is a good move for him? Because he would generally not take this much time.
True, Amruta. I think he's a bit confused right now. Maybe he's just trying to be sure of his ideas. Yeah, but Queen C2 is the best. Let's look at the women's section, Amruta. We haven't seen the women board. We must go and check Vaishali. She is playing right now.
The last earlier round, guys, she won the Armageddon game, which ended in a checkmate. A very interesting one. And yesterday was a rest day. Today she's playing against Sarah with the black pieces. And look at how much time she's having on the clock. Nimzo Indian on the board, but knight developed to d2.
Wow. This is a very well-known line in... It's not the Nimzo, it's actually Bogo Indian. Amruta. Takes, knight d6.
Oh yeah, knight f3 से शुरू हुआ ना, sorry. Right.
And here I think Vaishali already seems to have gotten an interesting position. She must start with king h8, not with bishop f5. What is a good move for white here, guys? Let's go for it. Let's try to figure out white to play. Why is it important first to play king h8?
And guys, we have 1900 people. Like karo stream ko. Today we have already had 50 gift memberships plus many more members. We have so many help chess members. Maza aa raha hai. Games are interesting. No one is having a bad position. And in fact, both Arjun and Gukesh are playing with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Oh, Vaishali also playing with the black pieces.
Right.
What about Humpy? I don't know. And all three people with the black pieces are having a very decent position.
Nice.
No. Arjun is playing with white. कुछ भी.
Yes.
Rook h3 पे. सुनते ही नहीं हो.
Guys, a small update in our chess chess box that we have on here on our stream.
Oh, nice one. Today we had 57 members already on ChessBiz India YouTube channel. Sagar, I think you'll have to do more coding before the next stream where the box is slightly bigger.
Okay.
है ना?
Yes.
Done है तो. Okay. Let's look at a lot of chess, Sagar. Deep chess.
But first, this question, Amruta, that we have asked. Yes, knight e5 is the correct move. Beautiful answers given here because after d6 check comes in and then you lose the bishop here. The right answer has been given here by Sameer Sinha, Arun Sinha, Candy Crush, Harsh Tomar, Arnav Agarwal, Jelly Villager, Vihan, Krishiv, Vatsal and Ritik Anand.
Sameer Sinha or Arun Sinha seems like they are competing at home with themselves. दोनों हाथ में मोबाइल लेके बैठे ऐसे.
Amruta, the question is, how is the community leaderboard doing today?
Oh, who is leading right now? वो भी देखे. Random things says now we know why Sagar was wearing hat in these streams. He already knew about the cowboy theme.
Yes, actually I'm super shocked, guys.
It is very insane, no? I mean, क्या ही बोले? Maybe you have a...
By the way, Himang Bhai, if you are in the chat, did the Stepan Avagian already end? Maybe we can... Maybe
I can go and
maybe it has already ended, yeah, the stream, if you can check, Amruta. Because...
160 watching दिखा तो रहा है.
No, but I think it's ended. Yes, stream just ended. Okay.
अच्छा, just.
Then I will end the stream from here. Thank you.
Yeah, who is the leaderboard you were saying? Lasya Lali is on number 1 with 300 points, Sagar. Divyanshu Patel is on number 2 with 225 XP points. And Vihan 4863 in 639 is on number 3 with 150 points. Satvik Gaming and Puttu Ravi on 4th and 5th with 150 points.
Anna Muzychuk is slightly better against Ju Wenjun, guys. So the world champion has to be a little careful against Anna, but it seems like something she can hold here. And then we have the game between Humpy and Lei Tingjie. And this is going to be a very important game for Humpy.
Pleasant position
And
for
Humpy
her.
is one of the leaders in the tournament, Amruta.
She actually is playing so well.
Yes.
Is Arvind not playing in Chennai Grandmaster?
At least for now, his name is not confirmed. So maybe he's not, but he was the defending champion. So we will be missing him. but I
Yeah, very
believe he has
surprising.
some other events that he has to. I think Amrita, one of the things that has happened with players is a very top players, especially with Arvind reaching 27-50 now today, is that they have a very packed calendar. It's very difficult for them to um, you know play too many events. I think even like a player like, for example, Prague, and they are like in so much demand. They have to play Grand Chess Tour, they have to play now all the main FIDE events will happen. There will be Grand Swiss, World Cup, World Rapid and Blitz team, World Rapid and Blitz individual. Then you will have, like, it's a crazy year.
If they are busy, then you are busy following them. So they have a crazy year, you're just crazy.
Yes, Amrita, that's a great point. Let's
Let's look at Sagar. Firstly, which is the
Firstly, what
opening
is
of the day? I think for me
what
it is
is
Arjun's game for
but
sure.
Amrita,
Like Rook
what is
on.
wrong with Arjubai? Why is he thinking so much?
No way. Okay, now I want to stay here for a while
No.
because
Let's
I think there is something he's thinking about which is we cannot comprehend. And can we try to?
hmm.
सोचे क्या?
I don't know, Amrita. I just feel he'll play Queen C2 after all the thought. But
Oh, can he be thinking of G4? एक second.
here.
हाँ जी. G4, Knight C5, Queen C2. अभी देखो.
It doesn't feel
Now
right,
Queen
Amrita.
D7 को Rook is not attacked. Okay.
Doesn't feel right, no? Like,
अरे फीलिंग छोड़ो लॉजिक दिखाओ एक सेकंड क्वीन C8 नहीं क्वीन C8 इज
no,
नॉट
just
नेचुरल
threatening to take the knight. Coming out of the pin. If you take, I'll take, attack the queen and attack the pawn.
बट क्वीन C8 हाउ डू यू असेस दिस मूव लाइक इट्स अ वेरी टफ मूव
No, it's a common pattern now. By we saw it here, the threat of knight c5 and moving the queen away from this diagonal. It's a normal thing.
okay because there is
Yeah,
a pin
there's
you
a
are
pin.
taking the queen away
Yes.
and for G4 queen C8 is it like the best move are there many more moves it's very Arjun like move
I think
G4.
Arjun is maybe also thinking of Amrita queen b1, because you come out instead of queen c2 queen b1, because you can play b4 b5 later. I don't know.
But now if black develops bishop b4 with the pin and in fact maybe threatening short castle also. By the way, otherwise Sagar, I saw your podcast, loved it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I think it has a lot to do with what Vidit and Samay have also spoken in that. They have.
Yeah. Oh, even Sanat has seen. Actually, many people are seeing the podcasts. So
Arey wah.
lovely. I can only think of queen c2 or queen b1 to enable b4. That's what Rakshit says. To play queen f5, threatening to play b takes c5.
Yeah, exactly. That's queen c2 is normal.
So we'll come back there. What about Gukesh?
Bishop
takes.
b8 he went.
Hmm.
Now knight came out and he pushes his pawn to stop b4. And next move, his idea is b6 Amrita, and suddenly the bishop will get boom boom activated from there.
Cool. Okay, how much do you have to worry about the b5 square being weak?
Not much, but I am more worried about the b6 square being weak actually.
Oh, knight a4, bishop d7, knight b6.
Yeah, maybe bishop c7 makes sense.
Because you are the knight is now on a4, yeah?
Now, if the knight was here, it would have attacked here, but it went to a4. So,
ऐसे थोड़ा उल्लू बना दिया वो bishop b8, knight a4, bishop c7.
by the way, guys, all those who are joining in are curious. Ki bhai, what are the standings of this tournament? Then these are the standings right now that we have, with Magnus Carlsen leading, Fabiano at number 2 position, Hikaru at number 3, Gukesh and Arjun at 4 and 5, Wei Yi at number 6. It's a very well contested tournament. And in the women's, we have Anna Humpy leading with 7, Ju Wenjun on 5.5, Sara Khadem 5, Lei Tingjie 4, and Vaishali 3.5.
Oh, it didn't feel like Vaishali was on 3.5. She's playing really well. But wow, Humpy is leading, which is amazing. And in fact, the men's standings also quite a lot describe the ratings, which were the rating list which used to be there for a long, long time, with Magnus, Fabi, and Naka in top 3.
Absolutely, Amruta.
Yes, Sagar.
Amruta, is there something to drink today?
ORS is there.
Can you want?
Coconut water.
No, from
Chocolate.
नहीं
म्यूट कर लो रुक.
नींबू पानी.
अच्छा नींबू पानी.
म्यूट क्यों कर रहा है? इतना कुछ सीक्रेट नहीं है कि कोई ड्रिंकर भाई नींबू पानी बोल रहा है.
मुझे लगा पता नहीं आज क्या ही, कभी पीते नहीं हो पर नाम भी नहीं ले रहे हो तो कुछ तो. Oh God.
Guys, we have a very nice shop here nearby. It's called Steamy Mugs, and there the nimbu pani is really good.
You're low on energy, na?
No, I'm fine, but I thought अगर मंगा रहा है
I'll just see first. लेकिन कुछ है नहीं. बटम में.
गाइस थोड़ा एनर्जेटिक फील करने के लिए कुछ अच्छा it's like in soda they make. Oh, what? Arjun goes queen c2 after crazy amount of 26 minutes, and Naka instantly plays his move here, queen c8. Naka is like, Ajubai, now it's mind games. I'm going to play fast. I'm going to attack your rook here on h3. Come on, move it away. My knight is going to jump into the center. देखते. नील बोल रहा है कोड वर्ड्स बनाए सागर वायरस. अरे दोस्तों पीने के पहले आपको दिखा के ही पीऊंगा अभी, टेंशन मत लो आप. Yes, Rajeshwari, yes, you are absolutely right. Rook has to go to h1. I think it makes so much sense. But then, won't you just lose your knight here? So maybe it's better to start off with knight. Oh, knight takes knight, knight takes knight, and rook h1. But there is a even stronger, or maybe at least a more interesting move, knight d2. Knight d2, and the queen looking here, just rook h1, you come back. Oh, you ordered Amruta? Wow. Guys, Amruta is very good at these things, she's...
Which I shouldn't be. That means because I don't cook at home. That's why I'm good at this.
Not like that. Thing like that. Naman Jain in the chat has sent a super chat. Thank you. Thank you, Naman Bhai, for your super chat. By the way, Amruta, Ajju Bhai played queen c2 and Naka instantly played queen c8. He's like,
wow, matlab for g4 also I had seen this move. You were right.
Pressure बनाते हुए, and now Arjun has a choice to take or get the knight back. Guys, आपको क्या लगता है? Ajju Bhai will exchange, come back here or here. What will happen? Will he trade? Will he keep more pieces? Bhai, please put live board next to main board. It puts less strain on the eyes and helps. Amruta.
क्या?
Yesterday, guys, we had a setup where the live board was next to the main board. And Amruta was like, it doesn't look good. Let's separate it with
pieces बाजू में आ रहे हैं ना, so it becomes a bit
so
too
now
much.
Here is a question to all of you guys. Would you like the live board here like this or next to the main board?
Like yesterday or today?
Yes. He didn't trade. Knight d2. Let's go. Rahul is like poll karo, poll. ठीक है दोस्तों, poll करते हैं. I think
next to the main board. Next to the main board.
Today.
Yesterday.
Next to the main, next to the board. I like this.
So I thought that 64 squares and बाजू में वापस squares and that 2 pieces. So दोनों जगह move हो रहा है. दोनों चलेगा.
भाई yesterday को ज़्यादा मिल रहा है अमृता yesterday.
तो yesterday. अपना सोचने का ही नहीं अपने को क्या चाहिए. Everything is about what the audience wants, Sagar. If they say you wear a cap when you don't wear a hat, we find a hat and we put the hat, right?
नहीं
Simple.
अमृता ऐसा नहीं है, बट तुम ये क्या बोल रही हो आज?
अरे whatever the audience wants, no?
अच्छा.
That's the most important. They want a hat. They want a hat. We want Sagar Shah to play Title Tuesday with Tapori Mokal commentary. अरे क्लिप्स पे कर सकते हैं फिर वो क्लिप्स पे.
नहीं, मैं मेन चैनल पे खेलूंगा, तुम क्लिप्स पे कमेंट्री करो.
हाँ, but then you cannot do commentary while playing. You're just focused.
True.
चलेगा ना.
Someone asked me, can you explain the move of Gukesh with A5 that he has played? I think main idea is that he didn't want white to expand here with B4. So here B4, A4, B5, white is trying to expand. So A5 puts an end to it. Also, like let's say for example, if I go B6, wanted to play B4 to.
And now if you go A5, which is the most usual. Acha. And if I take BC, DC, the pawns are very solid, yeah. They're not at all anything which I can attack.
Yeah.
So A5 is a very smart idea by Gukesh, if you look at it. What if for A5, if I go A3, then we know the move. Very obvious and typical. Stereotype move. Guys, what is the move here for black? The best move.
Good question, Amrita. Good question.
Vibha says at the corner, need to move I far. The reason is so funny. Did you put a poll?
नहीं.
पोल कर लो ना ताकि फटाक से पता चलेगा. अरे वो क्या है मेरा वो
क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
चलेगा
थोड़ा पास आओ बोल रहा हूँ.
बट तुमको इधर कीबोर्ड इधर है ना, तुम
कीबोर्ड नहीं यूज करता हूँ. So by the way guys, A4 is the right answer. Beautiful. A4 fixes these two pawns so that when white plays B4 we have opposite. By the way, Amrita, bishop G5 instantly played by Wei Yi. Maybe Wei Yi is thinking like you. Let's provoke F6 and Gukesh instantly plays F6.
Wow, but then Gukesh understands this position really well. Because Wei Yi actually provoked F6 and it does feel slightly loose for the moment. In fact, not just that. Look, you're going to go bishop G3. You're planning to exchange the dark square bishops. Which means that if you go E5, the dark squares will become weak. So, what is it again that black should play? Like knight F5 comes to the mind. Whether we should attack this guy or not.
Oh, that's a great idea, Amrita. Knight F5 to get the bishop.
But
after
the problem
bishop G3, I take. And this is a great position.
I can't believe one of the rare ones where the two knights look better than the double bishop. Yeah.
So Amrita, the best move, actually this is true. This is very tempting to win the bishop.
Because you feel double bishop advantage. But this position actually shows, yes, normally the bishops will be good. But at the end of it, these are the people in action. And these are the talents without any action. So execution is better.
Okay, by the way, Gukesh tempted by your move, Amrita. He's gone knight F5.
Oh my god.
The best move, by the way, was bishop D7, guys. And why is this move best? Is because if I play the move B6, because if he takes, this is great news. I think black is clearly better. The pawn is isolated.
Bishop
Pressure
A6.
here. Bishop A6, bishop A7.
Ek second. But E6 is still weak.
Yes, but Amrita, knight A4 is a good move here. So that I'm putting pressure here, and once you take, I can take with the knight attacking this. So that's the reason why bishop D7 was better, but now knight F5, bishop G3 is on the board. And by the way, Amrita, I have a question to our viewers.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the last time Gukesh and Wei Yi played against each other, guys?
Of course.
Takes.
Look, and this is, I will call something which is absolutely classic because the most natural idea, which is a rare moment that double bishop cannot be so good here, happens once in a while. And I think Wei Yi was able to judge this. Maybe he's not judging it as better for himself, but at least equal or something which is great. But Gukesh would think that this is better for him. I also thought it's better.
I also
double
felt
bishop,
that
it's better for
it
black.
is the most natural way to continue, which is what Gukesh has done. But now not so easy to get the e5 break. And thoda. And by the way, Amruta, people
Olympiad
did
and Tata.
remember Olympiad because
No.
Olympiad game
Olympiad nahi, Tata
Tata
Steel.
Steel में खेले, but Olympiad game was the most
But
famous.
you asked last time they played.
I said, do you remember the last time they played? So
Yeah.
whatever they remember.
Achha. But they remembered Olympiad also and Tata Steel. Olympiad was a game which we all remember. In a way, it was a game changer game. Somewhere that really helped to get us the gold medal.
Yeah.
You know, to be on the
100%.
path of the gold medal. And yes, even in Tata Steel they played. So
By the way, Fabiano Caruana has very calmly played this with white pieces, gaining the central structure, stopping black's pieces from coming out. I really like how white has conducted himself in this opening.
wow, you know we've got getting the news. Vaishali is already winning.
What? I'm not sure. One second, let me check. Oh,
Pooja Datar says, I became your member today only. Arey, thank you.
Pooja, thank you so much. Queen, Amrita, look at this. Queen a2, king h8, bishop c4. Not a good move by Sara. And I think this is a huge advantage for Humpy, for Vaishali. I don't know why Sara played like bishop c4. Maybe to
Are we
protect.
going to win the d5 pawn in some way? But then we need an attack on this pawn. Or we need to remove the defender. But if we try to remove the defender, we also need to take care of back rank and, you know, rook getting onto c7. So certain things.
Yeah, I just like the position of Vaishali. There's a lot of potential, Amruta, with the knight jumping to h5 and f4. The queen coming to either d7 or from e8 to g6. And this does look like a great attack brewing.
No, it's great. It's really great. I think Vaishali is better and it's a great news. She's playing against Sara. A quick round up. Maybe Sagar, you can take some rest and then come back.
No, I'm waiting for the Nimbu Pani.
Will take some time. Anna Muzychuk, Ju Wenjun looks like very slight initiative for white, but maybe with Ju Wenjun it's never easy. The world champion so many times. And Humpy is also better against Lei Tingjie. Oh, that's a great news after bishop d4. How did she play bishop d4? The c3 knight was hanging, so she couldn't take the knight on c5. Knight g4 was the last move, I guess, and then bishop d4. Got it. So this one is better for Humpy because her space on queen side looks great. So I think in women's section we are having great games, good advantage already. And in men's section, Shiladitya's Kumar says, love the hat, Sagar bhai. And Chris says, all games in men's section could end in a draw as all had rest day. No one will blunder. That's an interesting concept. Sagar, I'm just shifting here. 1 second.
Yes.
And in men's section, to round up this position, Fabi is actually slightly better against Magnus Carlsen. Can you imagine? He's having a beautiful...
Of course we can imagine.
Yeah, in fact, we don't even need to imagine. It's just right there on the board. With a beautiful center for white and not so nicely placed pieces for black. Fabi is doing super amazing. The knight is going to jump to c4. These pawns are doubled. It's not going to be easy to expand here for Magnus. So Magnus has a lot of work to do. Going to Gukesh's game after bishop d7, which he developed. And I think this position is quite a lot about assessment, guys. It is about assessment. There is nothing to do about calculation here. I'm sure at this moment, it feels that black is not feeling that he's in a worse position. You cannot even imagine black is in the worst position. Also because it's not a blocked center where you can never take a break. Pawn break, I mean. But I think this is exactly what I was talking about, that white may not allow opening up the center. And imagine if it becomes difficult for black to get the e5 break, because you will either lose the one of the pawn, then to get the bishop over here to support the d5 pawn also becomes difficult because your e6 is weak. And that's the reason now with the e6 and d5 being slightly, loose over there, because the base of the pawn chain changed because of f6, which was again going back like a flashback, bishop g5 provoked it. All of it made sense for white. He's very happy about such a position, and it's a beautiful imbalance we are seeing, very rare one where two knights are better than bishops. Interesting. I do think this can it be a dynamic advantage, guys? What is a static advantage? It is a permanent one, but here it is more on the scale of dynamic, where imagine that black has a completely open position, a successful break with e5, then he's going to be happy. So the whole thing sometimes about a game is to absolutely only stop opponent's idea, because while you do that, you are able to make the opponent helpless, and this is what Wei Yi will try. So bishop d7 has been played here. Going back to Arjun's game, because Wei Yi is thinking, he is down to 1 hour 7 minutes. And in the meantime, oh, look at this, what Ajuba is doing. Queen c8, knight went back to d2. This knight came to c5, just, don't look only on the left side, otherwise you'll miss this h3. Rook went back to h1, queen e6, and guys, which side should white castle and why?
Of course, short side. Because Amruta, the thing is, if you don't castle short, you go long. The king is unsafe here, but short side, my king would be safer. But also, I'm a bit worried about queen h3, knight g4. Yeah.
Yet long side looks a little weaker, no? But people do want. अरे तुम्हारे बाल बहुत ही ये हो गए.
You can't castle king side. Well done.
किसने बोला?
Jeez.
अरे क्या बात है, ट्रैप में फंसे नहीं गाइस. शॉर्ट कैसल इज इलीगल.
हो ही नहीं रहा है, because the rook moved already. So yes, long castle by Arjun. Amruta, what risky chess by Arjun, because
क्या ही मजा आएगा इधर गाइस. पहला तो लॉन्ग कैसल हुआ है, दूसरा तो ब्लैक इज नॉट इवन शॉर्ट कैसल्ड, हिज किंग इज इन द सेंटर. रुको, रुक, ओ रुक.
oh my, rook check, king b1 is safe. So actually Arjun has assessed the dangers, because this square is weakened. The queen and knight are looking here, but the king can simply move. And one of the things that's giving him a lot of comfort is that the light squared bishop of black is not on the board. So then this king b1 is a good square.
Wow. No, this is amazing. Yes, guys, all of you who understood short castle was illegal, well done. Tushar is saying, Sagar sir, I'm going to play my first classical tournament. Give me some tips.
Tushar, one of the things that I feel is very important in classical event is to take your time, because many times we are so used to speed chess of rapid and blitz that it's difficult to sit there for like 4 hours or 3 hours, whatever time. So my suggestion is, first try to sort of try to build a rhythm. If your opponent is thinking for long hours, what do you want to do? Do you want to move around? Do you want to sit? And just enjoy it. Basically, I remember one of my first classical events that I played, I lost 4 games in a row, first 4 rounds, and it was really, really tough for me there. But I learned the most from those games. So yeah, do write down your games, analyze them, and you will enjoy this process.
Wow, so cool. Lovely. So this is of course, I mean, if you look at the position, it does look like the most interesting game of today
Definitely.
with Long Castle. And the question Hikaru Nakamura does have. Firstly, he is now down to 1 hour 6 minutes. Arjun is having 1 hour 15 minutes on the clock, more than Nakamura. And guys, when Arjun makes such a move like Long Castle, yeah, which requires a lot of courage at the end of it, and more time on the clock, surely some bit of pressure is going to be there on Nakamura. Now the queen would love to enter a2, but unfortunately this knight is important guarding. I would also look at something where we could have, thought of ideas where you want to explore with b5 and all that. But यहाँ पे, because black's king is also in the center, things are not going to be so easy. Like just looking at b5. Can you simply take it? No, queen a2 आ रहा है ना, you can't take it, I believe. If you take here, what? You can allow queen a2.
I mean, queen a2 is not at all risky, Amrita, because even if there's a check, I can always block.
So knight c7 check, king f6.
King f7, bishop takes e5.
Are you exchanging the queen? You mean queen c4? Oh, queen f5.
Yeah, possible.
Ooh.
Or just knight. I think knight has done its job on.
Wow, this is an insane position where
Both kings are
the
right.
black king or both kings are safe. But what is the move here?
Actually, the right move is to bring back the knight, and if you give a check, I can just play even knight b1, and Amrita, the attack is not coming through because the coordination of black pieces is missing, and I can always come back with my knight if you try to attack me. So all in all, Arjun has actually taken a measured decision. I must say that it can backfire as well, but it can also really help him, and it will make Nakamura think. But the best move for Hikaru is to just play bishop e7, but it's a tough move, Amruta. Why
Very
is it
tough
tough?
move.
Because after bishop takes knight, now either queen takes or pawn takes. Because
Queen takes, let's
if
say, you don't want
if
to
you take with
isolate
the
him.
pawn, yeah, exactly. Then the knight comes to e4.
And that knight, life may, it is a permanent house, sir.
Yes.
Not the rented one. And that house can never be put on stake.
Right. And so
Queen e5. But
queen
now
e5
go f4.
and knight b3. And if I can trade like this, I'm super happy because now my king is safer than your king, and I have cut you from castling.
But I don't know whether this is supposed to be calling like a perfect chess here, because all these moves are not at all easy for both the
No, for
sides.
sure they are not. Actually, this game is going to. I'm tempted to see this game a lot deeper because there will be many moves that will be subpar here because it's no longer now an accurate game because Arjun's last move is going to induce some fear in Naka, some excitement. He's going to feel like, oh, I have a chance to checkmate Arjun. It's now a human battle.
Yeah, it looks more slightly towards your fresh position, but a rare one. It's not usual to get the king weak in this sense for white, and black is also in the center. Sometimes a good move is to give up that bishop for the e5 knight, which is again not a normal decision. So lovely position, maza aa jayega. And I think Sagar, it will only front fire Arjun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. AI Simulation says I'm working on a chess analytics tool that processes and helps improve from your past games using AI. I will soon email you about it. What is your email? You can write to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com and also on Super DM.
Contact at chessbase.in also, Amrita.
Contact at chessbase. The chess nerd cat says, Sagar bhai, we need Chessbase India channel on television. Most of the sport is on TV. Why not chess? Actually, ऐसा लग रहा है कि टीवी का तो जमाना गया, no? Like, I mean, TV. I don't know. Does everyone have TV at home?
Oh, that's a great question.
Because
Actually,
somehow we feel.
that's a wonderful question. How many people are watching this right now, Amruta?
I know how many people are watching on TV. Why don't you do the poll? Sagar, do a poll, please, 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 please. Are you watching on TV,
Okay.
on laptop, or mobile? तीन डाल दो. 80 says Scott Chess has no money and TV deals. Who is going to block 4 to 5 hours of on their network for chess?
What are
That's what it-
you?
Lee says my cousin is a national blind chess player. He was featured on your channel. Oh, wonderful, Lee.
Who?
What is the name? Can you let us know?
Laptop.
Arey Kalpana, all the best. You're gonna play a tournament after a long time. First rule, just
TV.
be brave. Oh, that is a women's hat. Sagar bhai, get a different hat for yourself, says 80.
Amruta, laptop, PC, mobile phone, TV, tablet, correct?
अच्छा टैबलेट भी है क्या? ठीक है ना, चलेगा.
और
इंटरेस्टिंग.
मिसिंग नहीं है ना?
और क्या मिसिंग दिमाग में, इमेजिनेशन में अगर.
So guys, this is a poll. It's a very interesting poll we have put up. We have, oh my goodness, mobile phone 50%, laptop PC 36, TV.
No, change होएगा. Normally YouTube says phone पे 70% है, but live stream we have not checked. Let's see live stream कितना है phone पे. Indian Cabby says just watch your podcast with Food Farmer and it was very good to hear your views about Indian chess and also enjoyed your banter with Samay. It was fun.
Lee Kuan Yu says don't do stupid polls. Sorry.
But it's interesting, no? Because it is very
I mean, at least
useful.
for me, it's very curious. But Amruta, for now, I think Gukesh's idea of this winning the bishop seems to have backfired in a big way because Wei Yi is now quite better, and I think Gukesh must be sensing it already. That hey, I'm not feeling this energy here. Can I go B6? B6 actually.
Actually, wait. Knight A4. No, you can't go knight A4.
Yeah, knight A4, I think you can chop.
No, but your E6 becomes weak, huh?
But that's
One
okay,
sec.
ne?
Hey, is C6 a problem? Bishop C6, rook E6. Wait.
Sorry?
For B6, C6, bishop takes C6, rook takes C6, queen D7, queen F5.
Nice.
And black is also doing good.
Yeah,
So
black
nice.
is okay. Like I can do this and bring my rook.
But then, one second, for B3, is B6 a good idea? Or I was also looking at rook A6.
It's a playable idea, Amruta. And right now, Gukesh has to decide between pushing the pawn here. Also, maybe sometimes, this G5, H5, Rook F7, Rook H7, trying to create an attack on the king side is not so stupid.
I thought it is because such weaknesses will happen if you put.
No, I will not.
And basically the knight can always think of sacrificing itself.
No, I'll first
Wow, it's
improve.
not such a bad idea.
Actually, it's a very, very interesting idea to push the G pawn. It reminds us of the Gukesh Fabi game from 2022 Olympiad. So a lot.
Oh, I know why it is being considered.
Yeah.
Because at the end of it, your bishop on b8. Guys, if you look at this bishop, all these squares are controlled. And even at the end of it, this is kind of creating a granite. With g5 and h5, when you are also looking at h4, basically, with the bishops, you are always looking at some pawn breaks so as to open the position. Got it. And what is the poll saying, Sagar? Vivek is saying rarely watch anything on laptop, only for work. I watch TV and chat on
32% laptop PC, 54% mobile phone, 6% television, 8% tablet.
Okay, so see, TV is very less. Yeah. Normally, TV in India is kind of dominated by, I think, all these dramas and series, basically. Or cricket, exactly.
But nowadays, we also see on OTT platforms that cricket is.
That's true. Wow. But it's a great thing to know.
Okay, guys, I have just updated the chess box with a new comment here. Arjun Erigaisi has set the board on fire with long castle, and Gukesh is slightly worse against Wei Yi. So that's the news from here. We also can check if Humpy has. Oh, Humpy is now better. She's pushing against Lei Tingjie. We saw till here b4, knight g4 played, attacking this knight and the bishop. In came bishop d4, knight e6. Already looking great here. Humpy has the space. c4 might be very good. Nice position.
Very nice position. And Vaishali was also better. She's retaining her advantage. Yeah, just
Yeah.
wow, it's even better. Better than better.
Actually, I didn't real understand why Sarah would put her bishop here. Like, I understand that this pawn is hanging, but even if you lose this pawn, your bishop could get super active on this long diagonal. So, in a way, this entire combination, like entire
Oh,
sequence
I
of
mean,
moves,
ये move से change हुआ क्या? Bishop c4.
Bishop
सारा
c4,
advantage
then
bishop
bishop-
c4 की वजह से गया.
yeah, not even advantage, it just got worse position she got. And now queen a5, bishop d8, and going back. So Sarah playing this provocatively, but Vaishali not getting provoked. In fact, playing this very calmly.
Yeah. Now you also seem like now you're calm. Oh, Saharsh says interesting poll can optimize the structure based on majority. Wow, you can connect keyboard mouse to TV. I didn't know that, Sakar. Interesting. Yeah, this is very cool for us to understand. But one more thing, those who are watching on TV, it seems from your chat that people can't vote from TV. So either they have to vote from mobile or something like that if they are watching on TV. But मजा आ गया. पता चलने के बाद. Wow. Okay. Let's now go to this is great. Women's boards are doing very well. Going to the today's most interesting game, guys, as we have declared, it is Arjun's game. He has long castle, and that may even have stunned Naka somewhere. Look at this. He had 1 hour 11 minutes here, and right now he's down to 53 minutes, which is at least 27 minutes lower, right?
22.
22 minutes lower than Arjun's time. Plus, the position is interesting. Only 17th move.
No, they were asking
Only-
me to show
Yeah,
because
I know.
they thought I have some code word for Nimbu Pani and all.
No, only 17 moves are played, and it is only after 40 moves which will be completed. They will start getting 10 seconds. So, guys, you can imagine if this game goes in time pressure. मतलब ये इतना मजा आएगा, इतना मजा, जितना सागर को नींबू पानी पीने में आ रहा है उतना ही मजा आएगा. अच्छा है,
बहुत अच्छा.
देना थोड़ा. And going to Wei Yi's game, after b3, Gukesh has been thinking. क्या हुआ?
Imang Bhai is saying, क्या पी रहे हो सागर भाई? Imang Bhai got excited actually. अरे अमृता थोड़ा लिमिट में पियो.
मैं तो कभी ये पीती भी नहीं हूँ
You have
ज्यादा.
ordered something for yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
Coffee. तो तुम्हें पियो. Okay. So यहाँ पे guys b3 को Gukesh actually if you want to make a move like g5 you cannot make it very quickly. Gukesh has started thinking when he had 1 hour 17 minutes. He has been thinking for 17 minutes. this is one move which I find it a bit risky to play in this such a kind of game.
He will be tempted, I feel.
But he will be tempted and he will calculate, before even if you want to discard that. The second idea is b6. You will look at the pawn break. But if none of these moves, black will also try to see what else are the candidate options. So,
Actually, the thing is, b6 feels the most natural to me. But let's say after rook a d1, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Feels like it helped white to create a passer. On the other hand, you might feel like the central pawns have freed up. But how to push this pawn? Because you are losing this pawn, and if you try to defend it, you are losing this pawn. So in a way, it's so difficult to push here. Meanwhile, white's pawns might be easier to push. So
oh yeah, and then these two passers look deadly. So basically, I think b6 looks difficult to play, huh? For that matter, because
Actually-
rook c1, bc5, dc5, and it just feels very scary because you're not getting this e5. So he goes rook e8, and I like this practical choice of defending this because
no, he's going bishop c6 and e5.
yeah. Oh, but how do you stop that with the white pieces? Let's say rook c1. You continue with your idea. Rook
Or
a
maybe
c1.
rook d1, so that when you push take, you lose.
Ah,
this
like
pawn.
the mysterious rook move.
Yeah.
ठीक है. Suppose rook c1 though, just for that matter, and you continue with your plan of bishop c6. Now I continue with the plan of a3 because I want to go b4 and b5.
But e5.
Now you go e5. The threat is immediate, which is e4. I take. You take. And I go knight d2. Okay. Oh my goodness.
No, instead of 92, just rook d1.
So at the end of it, it's always better to have
Because
your
if you
rook
go
on
e4, then I take.
Yeah.
Take, and in the end, the queen is hanging.
Mhm.
But
Okay, these were all the natural moves I was just looking at. But you are right. After rook e8, rook d1 looks quite powerful indirectly to stop e5 ideas in the future. And now if you go bishop c6, let's say white continues with the same idea with a3. Question is, I need to do something for this bishop. Matlab, it's more like, he has the talent. But you need to take him to a tournament to show that. तो टूर्नामेंट पे लेके जाने के लिए कहीं ना कहीं टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइज करना पड़ेगा.
I mean, just need someone to help. Because on his own, the bishop does not have too much possibilities. But once you push the pawn, that would be huge. But it's very tough with this rook out of play. So I think, Amrita, your idea with a3, b4 is going to be so happiness for this rook. Because it will get activated. So rather than that, maybe something else for white could be the plan. So that's the
For
reason.
white?
Yeah,
Huh.
I mean, instead of a3, b4.
Yeah.
But I was thinking that's why maybe black would be like, let's go g5, because I don't see white being able to do much.
हाँ, काफी नेचुरल प्लान है. इट्स लाइक one simple thing, guys. If you look at the pawn structure imbalance, there are these 3 pawns versus these 2 pawns, and white is basically going to try and create a passer. And also for white, if you look at the knight, this pawn actually restricts the knight. If you look at, if the knight goes here, still the pawns are, so just where the way the knights are, they are great, but just their existence is great, but right now they're not really contributing much to the
मजा आ गया अमृता, मजा आ गया.
Oh my god, Rizar Super Chats, great podcast with food farmer Sagar Bhai.
Thank you.
I think you should ask food farmer if नींबू पानी कितना पी सकते हो, नींबू सोडा कितना पी सकते हो.
Oh no.
किडनी स्टोन के लिए क्या अच्छा है.
Definitely he won't be in favor of this drink because it has sugar. But I think for me, once in a while I'm commentating, it helps me. It gives me a lot of energy. Himang says Rohit Krishna playing amazing recently. Drew Nihal beat
Oh my
Indian
God.
equal against Ivan today. Hopefully a GM norm. Arey badhiya bhai. How is Ilam Parthi doing? Because he is very. If he makes a GM norm, he'll be a GM. क्या क्यों हंस रही हो? Why are you laughing?
No, I can't tell you, Sagar.
अरे,
But by the way, sorry, I by mistake kicked you. But that was not my fault. Your leg was this side after you drank Nimbu Pani.
Mhm.
Oh, Hikaru moved. ठीक है,
Yeah, let's go to Hikaru game, but just to see what Magnus is doing. Magnus is trying to play around Fabi's central pawns. They look dangerous, but also it's like a waiting game. If Fabi flinches, then Magnus will get the pieces on good squares. But if Fabi waits and moves around, Magnus is going to have a tough time finding moves for himself.
I was looking at ideas with Rook A5, Rook H5 also, and
Nice. Nice. Wow. Could be.
no, but you need the queen in the picture. It's not gonna be enough. Maybe something where you want to provoke E5, right? So queen D6, queen F6. फिर भी यार, look at these pieces. The whole king side. If you look at these squares, they are controlled by some or the other piece.
By the way, Amruta, let's quickly go now to
Arjun's
the
game.
game
I want to
of
go. I want to see what Naka had played. Rook D4, and I look at how much time he took, Sagar, on the clock.
30 minutes. 25.
Rook D4, guys. 25 minutes out of these 2 hours. I mean these.
Bhai, मुझे Amruta, this move looks so amazing. Engine doesn't like it, but think about it, guys. He's attacking here. He's also planning to get the rook here and then the knight check. And I mean, for a human being, this does feel super scary what's happening here.
Ek second, I'm just looking at. Firstly, if I take on E5, you cannot take with the queen. Oh, do you get this,
What?
Mr. Shah?
Yeah.
Concentrate.
Yeah, I'm just refreshing. Yeah.
Bishop takes E5. Oh, you can take with the queen because knight F3, rook F D1. Rook D1 is an intermezzo.
So take.
Sorry. Then discard.
But this is a great position for white. So instead you have to take here with the pawn.
But then we are looking at 94. No, now we don't have that.
So take. Oops, sorry. Take.
ये माउस स्लिप कैसा था, मतलब कहाँ से कहाँ तक? Now bishop b4.
Yeah. Looks scary.
So then this rook d4 in fact stops even bishop e5 ideas. Many times the most natural idea for your opponent, you try to find a move which stops that. And at the same time, that move helps with some threat also. So such moves are amazing. And the question is, one is whether we can improve this rook. That does come in the picture. Second is, what if I try to go knight f3 directly, Sagar? Can I consider this idea?
Yeah, for sure.
Because if you take, I'm super happy.
Pawn takes.
And you don't want to give me this file. But if you take on d1, if you go rook b4 and continue with your plan.
Also looks interesting.
Right, so what is the best move? Let's ask the chat. White to play, guys. What is the best move which the engine is suggesting to us? Otherwise, you will have some other engine. But you don't look at the engine. Bhaswati says, Sagar bhai, I have Kalancho Pinnata leaf, miracle leaf. This leaf helps to cure kidney stone. And the funny thing is, yes, my parents did courier it to him.
Wow. Thank you so much. And Amruta, Gukesh game. Gukesh has played a move which is perhaps not the best. He is kind of playing it a little bit suspect way. He's played first rook here, then got his rook here.
Oh, white went with the simple a3 idea. You know what Gukesh is going to do? Queen e8. And what's the problem there? It looks fine, no?
Or he's just going g5. Amruta, now with
After queen e8, maybe. Oh yeah, he's having that on his mind.
maybe. But you know, Amruta, I was saying like don't play b4 because it will help black activate. The main thing is white rook is still here. So after take, it already looks clearly better for white. But from a black perspective, I do feel that there is still some chances.
But you will not exchange that rook for. I mean, it doesn't favor black, no? So if you go b4, I'll try to see if there is something else. I don't know. Can a4 be considered, or I'll just maintain the structure?
No, but
And
b5.
suppose I go queen e8
B5.
and you go b5.
That looks worse.
What is the threat? I can't go e5. Oh, that is so irritating. And that's why at least with g5, you are threatening g4 also.
Yeah,
in the
so at
future.
least I mean here,
Hmm.
if b4,
Maybe
take,
g5.
take.
I don't like the take because rook 8 looks very scary, Sagar.
Yeah, but still, I mean, you must get rid of this. And now we were discussing g5. Could be very interesting. Actually, guys, this game, I must say that Gukesh might be liking it. It is giving him positive memories from the Caruana versus his game in the Olympiad. I can show you that game actually because that game is very similar to what Gukesh is doing here. He was worse against Fabi, but he managed to outwit him. So that was
Who?
also Gukesh.
Yeah. Oh, that was one of the toughest game I have seen. Like it was very difficult one. Travel with Nikhil Roshan in the chat says, "Dosto, 2000 likes kar de, please." But how many people are we having? Oh, we are having 2,500 people watching, Sagar.
Yes.
Interesting.
To all of them, I want to show them this game between Caruana and Gukesh.
And Asim does point out, can't understand why is engine showing advantage to white. I would always prefer two bishops over two knights in a game where pawns are on both the sides. And Asim, this is exactly like today we are looking at one of the rare situation where the knights are better because black is unable to, open up his bishops. For opening up your bishop, you need to take pawn breaks, you need to open the structure, but the pawn breaks are halted. रेड उधर सिग्नल है, इसके लिए आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रहे. Wow.
Yeah, I was trying to find that game, Amruta, of Gukesh versus Fabi.
In the Olympiad, na, you said?
2022 Olympiad.
Chennai, Mahabalipuram.
Yes.
Guys, how many of you in the chat, by any chance, were at Mahabalipuram in 2022? I mean, for the chess tournament. Not Mahabalipuram as such. For vacation, nahi. Chess ke liye. And Akash says you have to see Arvind's match today. He won 99.8 accuracy.
Wow.
Kya baat hai. Yes, Sachin also mentioned that. We'll look at that. I was there for vacation. Jayanti says vacation. Me, not me. Vinith says I met Sagar and Amrita in Samay. Acha, he was there. Wow.
So
Sushit was there.
Just let me show this game.
Oh, you found it, Sagar?
Yeah.
Wonderful. I went to Mahabalipuram many times, but not during Olympiad. Hikaru has made a mistake or what? I'm not sure.
So Amrita, this was the game of Fabi versus Gukesh. If you look at it, Gukesh did land in a slightly worse position out of the opening. But then, very soon, started this kingside attack.
Oh.
And so that's the reason why maybe here he has some good memories of that game. and he could play.
Interesting. Okay, that is a possibility. But you know, yes, Wei Yi is a monster. The way Wei Yi is also playing this tournament, beating Magnus Carlsen, also with Hikaru, he not just won the match, but even the classical, he was putting whole time pressure on Hikaru. Then Armageddon, he managed to win. With Magnus, he was completely calculating well. So Wei Yi is playing amazing in this tournament.
Agreed.
Okay, what about Nakamura? Did he make a mistake, Sagar? Rook d4 was played. Maybe you should get some rest, Sagar.
Yeah.
It's been a tough day since morning. You've
No, I'll
been
be
going
back I'll be
for
back
some
in 5.
lectures.
Today I want to come back.
No, you actually
No,
take
I-
rest for half an hour so
Yeah,
that
I'll be back.
Armageddon you will be.
No, I want to be back here very soon. But you please change these 3 and this 3 live.
These 3
Thumbnails.
lines, these 3 thumbnails.
Yeah.
Yes, I will change.
First is Magnus, second is Gukesh, third is Arjun. ऐसे डाला है. Magnus on the right, then Gukesh, then Arjun.
Okay, got it. We'll do that. And guys, please help me. I might even forget, so remind me to shift. So, yeah, no, morning he had gone with some team members. There was a lecture and Norway Chess, Norway Chess. Funny. So I think he'll join us back fresh एकदम ही. But अभी के लिए guys, Bishop E7, Carlsen's game, slight edge for Caruana still. We want to check Nakamura because after Rook D4, oh, it's a long time taken by even Arjun. He's been thinking for 12 minutes and he's trying to see. I don't know if last time we had asked the question, what is the best engine move here? Maybe we asked, but we never discussed it. But guys, what is the best engine move here for Arjun Erigaisi, white to play? 80 says अमृता सागर भाई को 30 मिनट से पहले नहीं आने देना. Yeah, I also think so. Like 5 minutes तो ऐसे ही you kind of फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि अरे 2 ही सेकेंड हो गए. The kind I don't think so. I'll wait half an hour at least. What is the move? Yeah, amazing. So all of those who found the move Bishop E3, many of you also mentioned the move Knight B3, which I'll look at, but I think it looks check. कुछ है ही नहीं ना, blunder है. Okay. Bishop E3, you attack the rook. Okay. Now if the rook continues with the plan of Rook B4, and now for white, in fact, it is important to assess the typical, you know guys, the question I usually ask long castle ke baad, the typical question, which is what is the prophylactic move you'd always make. I mean, most of the time you make this move when you have long castled. And the move is King B1. Yes, Som, you're right. King B1. यहाँ पे देखो, you've controlled the A2 square in the future if the knight has to move. First of all. But what else is your plan here for white? For white, if black is planning to go knight C4, attacking on B2, you can simply take here. Rook takes C4. And you have removed your king from the C file with any pinning ideas as well of knight takes A4. So this is, I don't know if Bishop E3 is a move which is very easy to allow Rook B4 with the threats of Knight C4, exchanging and then going Knight A4. Also, the Rook on B4 can never be attacked by White's pawn, so A5 is going to keep it pretty safe. So this is such a nice Rook swing, not a common Rook swing at all, and that's why Arjun is thinking. In fact, he might be even thinking of King B1 now. It's also possible that this is a move which usually you are always thinking about. Other than that, Knight B3 was a blunder, guys, because Knight B3 aa and Knight also defends the D4. So All those who thought if it is a disco, it's not a disco because it's a check. Oh, there is not even needing to take here. And if we looked at the move knight f3, which earlier I was suggesting, because if you take, there is take. But here black is very happy to still keep his rook on b4 or even c4, and this remains highly complicated. So dekhte hain. Yeah, Wei Yi played. What did Wei Yi play, guys? Wei Yi has played, and Gukesh's game over here. He goes b4, completely follows up with his idea of expanding on the queen side, and this is like a great position for white. As we were looking at, as Sagar was showing, if this happens, takes, and the rooks get exchanged, which is very likely. Wei has a great pressure on black, on Gukesh, because these, it's like, after takes, it's like these two versus one. And these are just pushing, and the bishops are very, very non-active. So बहुत ही problem है. So b4 by Wei, continuing with the plan. Gukesh has to really try and think of how to get out of this trouble. There is some trouble with the black pieces. Wei has played this beautiful, but Gukesh does have some few minutes more than Wei, which he can use and try to find some practical ideas. In fact, there is a very interesting idea of bishop e8, shifting your bishop to a long diagonal, and finally it feels that the bishop can breathe here. And then even bringing your bishop here, the rook is also something which can swing over to the queen side if required. So, oh, but no, wait, Gukesh goes b6. He goes b6 and he keeps this structure. But what if b5? Because now my threat is c5, no? c6, no? Oh, JM Hikaru says, I mean, what is the real name, by the way? But he says he's 2178 FIDE rated and wants to reach 2400 and become an IM. And also played in 6 days Budapest in GM A group. Wow. Please, any good advanced level books. Oh, that is amazing, by the way. Great to know that you're very seriously on your chess journey and playing some amazing tournaments, and of course working. Yes, Jakob Agard series are all beautiful, I think, for you. They will be really very helpful. All the books, Jakob Agard. I'm sure you will find Dvoretsky books. They are definitely books of you at that level, like you generally start looking at. They're very deep, takes a long time. Also for solving positions, there's imagination in chess. There is this domination in 2-5-4-5 that can help. So different kind of things to work upon. Rook end games at your level have to be very nicely worked upon, all the theoretical rook end games to understand. But I mean, I'm sure you have a great guidance to reach this level. You will have a great coach as well. So yeah, thank you for following the stream and writing here in the chat. You can even write to us if anything else you would like to understand and need guidance. Okay, so b6 played by Guki, and guys, b5 is very powerful, and we are really wondering how can black reply to this. How can you really stop this idea of c6, or are you just saying that I don't want to stop, I am allowing you c6 here and keeping the structure blocked over here? And maybe what Gukesh might be thinking is, look, I will allow you c6 and here everything will be blocked on the queen side, and then I'm free for an attack here with g5. If that happens, crazy, yeah, completely crazy. Okay. Oh, Vaishali is winning. Let's go there. Let's just have a look at Vaishali. By the way, did Arjun make a move? No, Arjun is still thinking. He's also down to 56 minutes. It's a long time. He has been thinking. Going to Vaishali's game here. Vaishali versus Sara. Bishop c4 did happen in the game. Yeah. But she has not played, I think. यहाँ पे Vaishali is still thinking. Vaishali is better, but she's thinking. Or did I miss? Bishop c4 एक बार हुआ था. Takes. Okay. Now again the bishop came to c4. Okay, now Vaishali can pick up this bishop. Takes and jump with her knight on f5, f4. And all the pieces here, in fact, such weak squares. d3, e2, white will have to be careful. d5 is isolated as we have seen. b5 will come in any time. Bishop will go to b6. Pressurizing f2 on the diagonal. At the same time, the 7th rank will be defended very beautifully, and the rook on f file, the bishop on this diagonal, the knight jumping on d3. Oh my god, Vaishali's pieces are all completely going for the white king, whereas look at this bishop completely under a granite because of these pawns on d6 e5. This knight would love to come to e6, but it's not easy. Vaishali is making sure that she's controlling knight g5. Maybe before bishop e6 she will also make a move like h6 and not give any counterplay with knight g5. So Vaishali having a great position, going to Humpy's game, and Humpy's advantage has dissolved actually after queen d4 b6. Humpy took this here ab6, and if a takes b6, Humpy is happy because her rook enters the 7th rank. But the problem is black will take with the queen, and at this moment you do not have rook a7 in the skewer because there is queen d4, knight d4, and rook takes b4, and your c4 is isolated. So, but AB6, Lei Tingjie is thinking. She's down to 37 minutes, and Humpy has a great advantage on the clock, guys. She's having, wait a second, 1 hour 3 minutes. Yeah, this is the thumbnail we have on the screen. Going back to, by the way, Ju Wenjun with the black pieces, almost equal. I think here what counts on is also her experience, and I think she'll be able to take this to the Armageddon. Okay, going back to Arjun's game, who has been thinking for how long now? He had 1 hour 15 minutes, and now he's been thinking. Yeah, there you go. He's been thinking for 22 minutes. Whoa, 22 minutes here. The position is not easy as we were looking at. Only 17 moves on the board. After 23 moves, you will start getting 10 seconds increment. But for now, guys, no increment. कुछ भी increment नहीं है. Kali asks, can you please recommend me some books now? Currently, I'm 1000 elo in Blitz. Yes, we do have some section where you can solve a lot of tactics, and those kind of books would be Woodpecker, Build Up Your Chess one, slightly advanced, but you should always have these two books. One is Silman's Endgame, where they have through rating category also, and actually solving endgame helps a lot of your calculation, though it feels oh endgame hai par kaise, but it does help a lot of your calculation skills, and in fact it's one of the best ways to improve as a player to intermediate player. Yeah. Tango says, when will be the Grandmaster preparation combo be available? We have many of the books. Maybe 1 or 2 books might be sold out. It's always the problem with the, like it's one of the bestseller series. So yeah. But we'll be soon placing the order, and it will take some time. It does take time from UK for the books to, ship to India. Rook d4, and Arjun is thinking. In the meantime, guys, Gukesh after b5, which has happened on the board, and look at Wei Yi. He's not thinking much. He took 7 minutes here. Gukesh is having 15 minutes more on the clock, but the position is extremely difficult. At the same time, Caruana did have a better position against Gukesh, but maybe I would say that it was a tough one over there. Maybe tougher than this one, because at that point of time, Gukesh did have some compensation, and then it seems somehow tougher than this, because here for white the plan looks very clear. Also, knight is jumping to a4 and b6 is going to be attacked, because very nicely the queen is protecting the b5. And a rare situation where a knight which doesn't have any activity, but even the activity of stopping your opponent's activity is being a great thing for white knight, which is placed beautifully on a simple developing square. It's like, once you start working somewhere, it's the same job there. You've not changed the job at all. You're just so happy over there. So that is the move, knight f3. बस एक ही जगह पे है. Oh, I had to get Gukesh versus Wei. This is something I'm forgetting, guys. Help करो यार. Oh, 2282 believers. We have Anish Nair contributing 1001 rupees, and that was 6 minutes ago. So for 6 minutes, I did not realize it. Again, I'm gonna ask you guys to help me if I miss such things. But thank you so much, Anish Nair. Anish, not Giri, but Anish Nair. Thank you. Okay, while Gukesh is thinking, we'll also look at Arjun, who is not yet thought. By the way, Magnus versus Fabi. Yeah, this game we haven't focused much until now. But look at Magnus. Yeah, and after knight c3, Caruana did have slight edge. The a4 pawn is attacked here, but Magnus is like bishop b4. I'm pinning your knight. And if you go a3, attack my bishop, and I don't really mind taking the knight away. If you take with the queen, then there is rook e4. So you can't take with the queen. And if you take with the pawn, then your a3 becomes slightly isolated, where you may have to take some care about it. And this is something which Magnus might have looked into, and maybe Caruana also did not like it much. He goes d5 and he takes action. He's like, right now I have completed my development. My rooks are connected. My rooks are beautifully placed on the central file. Each of my piece, like as they say, the knights are good on c3 and f3. That's there. My h3 pawn is stopping your bishop to develop to g4. This is stopping bishop f5. And now my d5 is also stopping bishop e6. So your bishop is not allowing to connect your rooks. Your rook is tied down for the a4 pawn. You have doubled pawns over here, and that's why you cannot even easily start pushing the pawns there. So what Caruana is saying, that after d5 I have also vacated a square in future whenever I need to go knight d4 or bishop d4. But he's also saying that I'm okay to let you dissolve your doubled pawns. If you take here, then I'm very happy, because I have a great move here, and that's what Caruana is saying, guys. White to play. What is a good move? क्या खेलोगे यहाँ पे? Oh, refresh live board. Okay. While you guys are thinking, अरे मेरे अभी start किया. Guys, put your move again. Live board में let me bring in. This is actually live board. Maybe I'll keep it. Okay, we can keep it this one. Yes, guys. All those who have said this move, knight d5. Well done. In fact, we had more answers for rook takes d5, attacking the queen. But the right move is knight d5, and Pranav, no. Rudresh, Yukti, Satvik, Rupal, Pratham, Parda, Priyanka, Nikita, Music, and Shaman. All of you guys have found it right. Beautiful. Knight takes d5. You don't care about this exchange. Bishop takes e1 because of what's the move now? Continue, guys. Continue with the calculation. क्या करोगे? अच्छा, थंबनेल भी बदलना है. बहुत कुछ किया है यार सागर ने. Everyone's saying knight f6, but all of you were saying knight f6. I think what you've completely forgotten is that the queen, though it is a disco, the queen is going to capture on f6. बाप रे कितने लोगों ने ये गलती किया है, crazy. But all those who are saying knight b6, oh my god, actually this is such a good question. Knight f6 was leading an answer until now. Just now it has changed. All those who said knight b6, यहाँ पे भी black has nothing to worry. In fact, he can simply capture here. Queen takes d1, give away for that. Bishop takes f2, bishop takes f2, and if you count the material right now, there are two rooks for the queen. So again, black is very happy. So the right move, all those who have found knight c7, well done. Because knight c7 is a disco, at the same time it is a fork. So एक move में दो नहीं तीन निशान guys. So knight c7 found by Sakar, Harshit, Prince, Omkar, Yash, Ashutosh, Mayuresh, Jayanti, Parda and Priyanka. Absolutely amazing. Here you are completely winning because now you win material. There is no queen d1 because the rook is lost. So d5 by Fabi and Magnus has to find a good move here. It's a very important moment. If Magnus doesn't find a good move, then Fabi is having a wonderful position. But what is that good move? Which is not easy, which is very, very wow. Oh my god. Last question here, guys. What is the good move for Magnus? Which I will tell you, you won't, very few people can find. Very few. Very few people can find. Let's see. Yeah, few people have found it. Very few, in fact. Mahesh, Azmai, Dev, Keshav, Varun, and Parda. Wow. Actually, it's going like a tie. I would love to show you over here. Knight h4 and c5 were the moves which were kind of competing with each other. But if you go a move like c5, then there is a3. Now if you take b takes c3, then the next thing which is coming up is c4. This is hanging. You don't have the move c4 because this is a permanent square for the knight. Then the whole plan will change. The rook will transfer to the open file. It will come to b4. You will attack all these pawns. So Fabi doing it actually in a classy way. Wonderful play, and Magnus needs to find knight h4 move to exchange one piece here to get some breathing space. So Magnus needs to find this move. Allow first, if you go d takes c6, then there is intermezzo, check. And this is fine to give up this because you have h3 hanging. And if you don't take on c6 and if you take on h4, then the queen is out of such a disco. And now to assess that such a double isolated pawn on the open file is completely okay for black because there is this double bishop and the attack is being created and the e4 is also weak. Plus you might later think of shifting the rook if required. So this, if Magnus assesses, then you just feel free in the position in comparison to what it was. So d5 and knight h4. Guys, keep a watch here, and if Magnus finds this move, we are going to say Magnus OP. Going back to Gukesh's game here. Going back to Gukesh's game after b5, Gukesh has gone bishop e8. At least a good thing is that he's not taking too long, And rook e3 played by Wei Yi. Wei Yi is saying that I'm going to double my rooks over here on the e5. Is that his plan? But Wei Yi actually rejected c6. And what was the reason? Because the last move bishop e8 was clearly threatening bishop g6 and the queen had to decide where to go. But let's say if the queen would go back to d2, then Gukesh might be very happy with going back bishop f7 and threatening e5 very soon. So rook e3, what Wei wants to do is to bring his other rook here and by hook or by crook stop Gukesh's idea of e5. So let's say now if Gukesh goes bishop g6, attacks the queen here, because the rook jumped to e3, the queen can be behind the rook. It is always better placed behind the rook, and it's also attacking the e6 here. So if you try to save it with the queen, then maybe, I don't know, if queen e8, cb6 would be an isolated pawn in this scenario. Oh my god, there's a tactic I missed. Of course, white to play, you can't go queen e8. What is a good move? Yeah, what is a good move here? Which I missed it. And live board. Let's go to also the live board here. Wow, wonderful. Guys, is the stream lagging or everything is okay? Yeah, knight d5. So many of you have found it because it is a pin and you cannot take on e5. Okay, got it. Thank you. So it is the net of Sagar which kind of got stuck. So rook e3 is being played and we clearly can see the ideas of bishop g6. It helps white to go to e2 and that is again preparing against your opponent's threat. And that's the reason Gukesh will try to think of some other ideas over here, which would not be very easy, but maybe moving this bishop out of this rank could be a possibility. Yeah, a tough position. I don't know how easy such a move bishop a7 is when c6 is incoming, and then you basically tell him that look, you please decide, and once he's decided and committed c6, then it is coming back to b8. Now you again go to f7 and then you try to basically prepare e5 ideas. Wow, I don't know. This is interesting. Though white is better with a very good passer, it's not yet 100% clear how white can still progress. So that is about Gukesh's game. Going to Arjun's game, because we have the move here. Arjun's game. The move is, let me also bring the camera there. Arjun versus Nakamura. Yeah. The move is knight king b1. He did go king b1. Guys, the prophylactic move which we were talking about. But look at the kind of time he has taken. He almost took 28 minutes for this move. So if Naka thought for 25 moves and played the move rook d4, Arjun thought for 28 moves and played the move king b1. And now Nakamura doesn't think too much. He goes knight g4 and he's clearly simple threat. Go knight f2 and there is a fork. And the first thing you're going to consider is to defend this with rook h f1, because we were anyway looking at moving this rook. If you want to try to think of a move like f3, anyway you're weakening the square on e3. So oh no, forget it. Sorry, my bad. Knight f2 and there is a this thing. Can you go e3? Because this is attacked. But yeah, rook b4. Why would you even go e3? Because then it just doesn't feel right, the weakening this square anyway. So I think rook h f1 is a natural move and Arjun is thinking how long has it taken and why has it taken around almost 10 minutes here. Because normally Arjun plays very quickly. Is he thinking of knight f3 ideas now that the knight is not on e5, or did this move come as a something which you're not thinking about, something because more natural was to think of rook b4, and after rook f1 what is black's idea there? Because black can also simply go bishop e7, short castle. Very cool position, guys. क्या लग रहा है? What are your thoughts here? Wow, Fabi has some advantage against Magnus. Ask COD. Fabi had played the move d5. Wait, actually, let me bring this position. Oh, it's a lot of complex things here. Yeah. And what Magnus? Oh, Magnus did not play knight h4. Ooh, guys, just to quickly take you to this game, Magnus did not find knight h4. As we were discussing, it's a tough move, and we were looking at this move. If Magnus finds, we had even decided Magnus OP because it was even tough for Magnus to find such a move. But what Magnus played was to bring his queen out of this disco threats, and he goes queen e7. And in the same situation, now if Fabi has a choice, yeah, if he takes, then this double pawn over here definitely looks weak. And at this point, if you go a3, bishop takes a3, bishop takes c3, queen takes c3, you will think queen e4. But the move here is at least 100 people. Can you find it, guys? White to player. What's the move? 100 people. Yeah, this is serious. That means Fabi's move d5 has really put Magnus into some serious pressure. And with the white pieces, he is doing extremely well. And guys, we already have 30 people giving the right answer. The move, I'll tell who all have answered. Ayan Rupani, Kanda Sami, Yukti Gupta, Jayanti, Piyush Gokhale, Shaman Shetty, Samarpan, COD, Tango, and Nikita. Well done, guys. There you go. We don't have 100 answers, but we are reaching to 50% discount हो रहा है. Monsoon sale there. Bishop h6 and a disco here, and also a checkmate. A very cool disco. So मजा आ गया. Queen e7 has been played, and yeah, Fabi doing well. Fabi doing absolutely stunningly well. I don't know if Magnus is going into the confession booth, and if he's trying to share his thoughts. That would be very interesting. Let's go to the next game there, guys. Going to Arjun's game, because after knight g4 we were looking at what is Arjun going to play. But do you think I should keep the live board of Magnus Carlsen, guys? What's your opinion? Do you think, like, I feel that the game which we are watching, generally the live board should be something else, because then we get to know what has been played, whether the move has been played. But are you of the thought process of whichever game we are watching, the live board should be of the same board? क्या लगता है, guys? What's really want to know how you guys are thinking. Arjun board, Gukesh, Erigaisi, Gukesh's board. नहीं, लाइव बोर्ड कौन सा रखे गाइस? लाइव बोर्ड. Oh, Fabi played a3 with before taking on c6. Fabi did play a3 यहाँ पे, because it's also equally good, this move. The same idea. If you take here, queen takes c3. If you take here, then we have the same thing, bishop h6. And if you first take on d5, e takes d5. Now this rook is opening up, and lot of weakness is there. Fabi's pieces are fabulous here, guys. Fabi is staying true to his name. Okay, now time to move on and check other games as well. Changing the live board. Gukesh's board over here, we have the same. Oh, we did have moves. We did have moves. 1 second. काफी कॉम्प्लेक्स कर दिया है सागर ने. It is not easy what we have. I'm trying to yeah, now I'm able to change. Okay, get it. This is Gukesh's board, and Rookie 3 ko Gukesh did go bishop c7. which is, yes, it was important to not go bishop g6. So any of the move bishop a7 or bishop c7 is doing well. Rook e1, this is what he goes and attacks the e6 pawn. Now Guki will go bishop f7 and defend the e6 pawn, which is a good idea. He might even think of developing the queen to d7, but bishop f7 keeps things open, whether you want to go some other move. Also, you have kept this defended because you have to be very careful about the pinning ideas, as your rook on e7 is not defended enough. You see, whenever the pin is happening, that is because you have two attackers on the rook and only one defender for the black rook, and that is what is creating the possibility of all the tactics. And this really helps, to keep a tab on this. So Rook A1 and Gukesh down to 44 minutes. Wei is down to 31 minutes. Now moving to Arjun's game. Here, Arjun versus Nakamura. Arjun did make a move. Oh my god, he thought 15 minutes. And he goes knight f3. For whatever reason, he has completely rejected the move rook f1. I don't know why exactly. Did he feel that the rook is going to be passive? Or did he actually consider an idea which the engine was showing of maneuvering this knight to a6 and knight b4, because that would have looked a little scary. He goes knight f3, makes it slightly forcing for Naka. Naka takes the rook on d1. The rooks are getting exchanged. Rook d1, rook d1. But what is his plan for knight f2? He's losing the pawn here. Knight f2 को क्या idea है? Why has Arjun sacrificed a pawn? Because guys, yesterday also with Magnus Carlsen, he did sacrifice a pawn for compensation. So this is not what Arjun has blundered. Absolutely no chance that Arjun can blunder. This is something which, with complete awareness, Arjun has gone into. Arjun has calculated this. I think he might be tempted with an idea of knight d4 with this king still being in the center, and a big question to the queen where it's gonna go, where it is gonna place itself. But what if queen c4 and black says that okay, I'm not even worried about anything because you can't shift here, my knights are placed beautifully. Also because if you play a move like rook f1 and now attack this. Oh no, sorry, that's a blunder I made. Queen d4 defends this and also wins a piece. So, wow, this rook will have to go to d2. So even knight d4 doesn't seem that exciting. If you directly go rook f1, then the knight goes to f4, which can never be kicked away from there. Plus one rook is exchanged, so the king feels safer. Oh, he's gone knight d4. Arjun is down to 32 minutes. Move number 21st. 41 minutes for Nakamura with the black pieces. Naka actually putting pressure there. Will Naka play queen c4 now and literally leave his king completely without his pieces surrounded, because he understands that white's pieces cannot come in for the attack? You would have loved to calculate moves like queen f5, jumping in over here, giving the threats, but knight takes d1. And if you see, you don't have queen e6 check because the knight is controlling. You don't have, you have queen c8 check, but there is nothing that black needs to worry because the king goes to f7 and beautifully, guarded over there. In the max you have is another check, and black can even sit on g8, even develop his bishop on e7, and there's nothing more that you have got because these two pieces are doing a beautiful job. So knight d4, what is Arjun looking at? Because this was a decision. He's given a pawn sacrifice with knight f3. He actually did not defend f2 pawn at all. This was all forced. Very interesting, guys. Very interesting. Just changing the mobile internet to see the. It's completely stuck. Yeah, Sagar's mobile is here. Oh, we have 2,500 people watching, guys. Like karo stream ko. Queen c4 found by Nakamura. Oh my god. Today the men boards are in trouble. Wookie is under huge pressure from Wei Yi. Arjun over here with the white pieces is under huge pressure from Hikaru Nakamura, that too with the white pieces. He had gone into something which required a lot of courage. As you can see, the chess box, Arjun Erigaisi has set the board on fire with long castle, and Gukesh is slightly worse against Wei. So Rook d2, and all of this, Arjun did not take much time after knight f3. He's made his moves very quickly. Also, Nakamura has made these moves very quickly, which shows that Naka was equally considering such a variation, which, when you're playing, some lines feel like, yeah, obviously, this is what I was calculating. And then when they go back and they look at engine and like, okay, why this move? I did not even focus on that much. So clearly, this was more natural route for them to calculate. And now, after Rook d2, the question is, what is black going to do? If Naka finds the good move, guys, an important movement. This is the move which Naka will need to find. Do you think he will find? What do you think, firstly, is one of the two moves? Let's see. What should black player यहाँ पे पता चलेगा, because if Nakamura finds that, then he is putting a lot of pressure on Arjun. Knight b3 is suggested by Shripavan. Knight d3 also, whoa, very interesting. Knight a6 is suggested. Knight a4. I mean, all the moves, if you see, first of all, most of the moves are all knight moves. And guys, so few people, in fact, only Keshav Chandra and Satvik Gaming, just right now, they suggested to move knight e4. Otherwise, all of you were looking at other moves. By the way, knight b3 is a blunder. No, knight b3, knight b3. I don't know why this is being missed by many of you. Maybe the move is backward move, that's why. But knight d3, in fact, a few people had said this move is not a blunder, though not the best idea, because if you take with the pawn, then queen d4, black is recovering the piece, but white is very happy with this situation, with this exchange. Your good knight has gone out of the board. In fact, even rook d3 is possible to consider. So Nakamura did not go that, and Nakamura finds the best move, knight fe4. In fact, knight ce4 would have been much stronger, but he finds knight fe4. The point is, if you take on e4, you're not losing a piece. There is a disco here. So queen c2 check intermediately. Now if you go king c2, then the knight takes c4 and knight attacks the rook here. And if you go rook c2, knight takes e4, and it is converted into these mass exchanges, ending into black being a pawn up, ending into black's king being in the center, when many times king is a piece in the end game, and actually the king prefers to be in the center. And if you look at this, the question would be, is this enough compensation? Again, the same question which we had yesterday against Magnus Carlsen when Arjun was playing. Is this good enough compensation or not? Because Arjun went into this completely by choice. So he must be feeling there is some compensation. Oh, he takes on e4. This is happening, guys. We are reaching this position. Stum says we watched the podcast of Sagar Sama and with it was fun. Array, yes, lot of people are giving a review. It's nice to know that all those who watched, you've liked it. No, I don't think they will both lose. I mean, it's at this stage, it is still right to say whether they'll lose, because the losing advantages, I would say at least there has to be +3 or -3, you know. Vinayak says Fabi can be a super calculator, but in time trouble, he's aged solar calculator. Yeah, trouble, no, guys. Not easy. We've seen somehow not easy for anybody. Like, forget about Fabi, but even Magnus Carlsen has messed up in Norway because of time trouble. So, maybe that is the big, counterplay. Like, if you are in trouble, you try so hard to bring your opponent in time trouble, and this is exactly that. At least a slightly favorable situation would be that if you're in slight trouble, then you should have more time. But in this case, one problem is that Arjun is down to 28 minutes and Hikaru is the one who is having more time. Arjun usually doesn't land up in this time trouble. Yeah, so why is he thinking here? Oh, he's still thinking. Maybe he's considering King C2. Okay, let's look at other games as well, because so many interesting games we have. Gukesh has made his move over here, and he's gone knight. Wait, what happened? Rook E1 and knight A4 was played. So basically, white is putting all the pressure over here as much as possible. Also, A4. A4 anyway wasn't a threat. And Gukesh goes rook B8, an important move. Now, because for sure, I think this can never be a good idea, because then you have, basically lost all the right of getting this beautiful passer. And black would be very happy if instead of the C passer, it's the B passer. It's like slightly breathing space there. So you're very happy. Such a scenario A4 happens, you are much happier that one bishop is exchanged. You are even happy that you don't have the double bishop advantage, because the good knight is gone. I mean, good knight is gone. Good night, Gaya. Okay, so rook b8 played, and question to white. How should white continue? Like now, if you play c6 here. Oh, this is what we were. Oh, guys. If c6, the move which we were all looking at again and again and again. If c6, then do you remember what was the move? Like, what was the idea which Sagar was talking about? But it requires a good timing. Oh my god, this can get insanely interesting. But I don't think Wei Yi will go for c6. You know why? Because he is understanding this position very well. And because he's not gone for c6 in the last 3 moves, even when he had a choice, which means he is not going to commit it. It's something कि वो वाली commitment है guys, जहाँ पे समझ नहीं आ रहा है, ठीक है? और जब समझ नहीं आ रहा है ना, तो कमिट करके मतलब नहीं है. It's always good to yes, absolutely, the boom bam move g5, smarty move guys. If c6 g5 and the engine says कि even the assessment is completely changed now, because you're gonna go queen d6, everything is blocked here, nothing to worry. You're gonna go h5 and then you're gonna go h4 g4. यहाँ पे white will have to be careful. So still Wei will have to be very very sharp and not take any committal decisions here. So the question is, how should he improve his position? And not an easy question. Okay, we will come back here. While Wei is thinking, Wei goes queen e2. Okay, there is a battery over here. All the pressure and control on stopping e5, guys. All the pressure. But yet the computer is suggesting now time to go This is defended, so time to go e5, and this is the move the computer is suggesting, which is insane, because if you take here, then you take, then you have d4, and basically with the double bishop you blast open the position. I don't know with a move like queen e2 whether a move e5 would be played here, but I'm sure that Gukesh needs time to think. He's down to 39 minutes. Wei is down to 22 minutes on the clock. Only 24 moves are played. We will for now quickly move to Arjun's position. Yes, there you go. Arjun has taken with the king, knight takes e4. Now he goes rook d3. In fact, he preferred to take with the king, but knight c5 went back. Arjun goes rook e3 check. King goes to f7. And black is clearly better, guys. Black is right now having an advantage of minus 1.3. Actually, here also somehow the engine preferred rook d1, because if you take on a4, you have rook a1. And for rook d1, if let's say black would go something like king f6, king f7, then you kind of go with some counter-attacking ideas with b4, because once again you know you have this rook a1. So with rook e3 check, what happened was the king went to f7. And now if you try the same idea with b4, oh again not knight a6, but now knight a6. Actually knight a6 is powerful with the rook over here, with the threat of check. Ooh, this would have got sharp, but black would be happier. Okay, so b4, Arjun goes b4 directly, guys. b4 on the board, and the question, it will be a great thing if Naka takes the pawn, then I would say slightly better for white in comparison, because you have some counterplay here if the knight moves. So the knight cannot move, and which means the knight will have to stay there, and b5 will be played defending this, but the knight is at the edge of the board. But at the same time, b4 is also attacked. So knight c6, and okay, this is something black is not going to be happy about. So I think for Naka, the move knight a6 is feeling more natural. You attack a pawn, and that too, it's going to be a check. Knight b4 is going to be a check. Oh my goodness. So b4, and but still, guys, Arjun is in a tough position. If Naka goes knight a6, it's going to be quite difficult. Though until these guys are developed, are in the game, there is still some chaos Arjun will try to create around that development advantage. And also checking Vaishali's game, because Vaishali was clearly better against Sara Khadim, and she is doing really well here. She's doing really well here. Last move after bishop c4, knight f4, this happened. She won the pawn, in fact, on the d5. An important pawn was captured. Now she goes queen g6, king h1, and Vaishali doing absolutely brilliantly with material up, with also all the attack. Going to Humpy's game there. Humpy is equal here. Wow, this seems like it will go into Armageddon with Humpy in a must-win situation. So yeah, this one doesn't look like anything more. And Ju Wenjun's game, Anna has slight edge, but also looks like high possibility of going into an Armageddon. So yeah, Vaishali is the one who is doing really well. Let's jump to the board of Arjun, because it's a critical moment there. And whether Arjun is going to play, whether Naka is going to play bishop knight a6 or not, it's move number 27. Naka taking time. Mahesh Kumar is saying, I don't know anything about chess except how the pieces will move, but still I like to watch this stream. Oh, that is amazing, Mahesh Kumar. Then even in that sense, it's also pretty advanced, no? With so much of intense analysis. So, great patience. Can you please tell what is Armageddon? I want to learn chess. I grew up watching your stream, says Vishwanath. Armageddon will be, if the game ends in a draw, this Norway tournament has a special rule where the players play again with the same colors, where white will get 10 minutes, black will have 7 minutes, and if black draws or wins, then black is considered to have beaten the opponent. So black gets that half a point. So black gets 1.5 basically. And if you win the classical game, you are getting 3 points here. If you win in Armageddon, you are getting 1.5 points. And yeah, so with white pieces, you are in a must-win situation. That is an Armageddon. Prakhar is saying I have an exam tomorrow, but still couldn't stop myself on clicking in it. Arey, kaun si exam hai? Because this is the month of May. Is it CA or something? Watching from South Africa says Makubo. Arey, so cool. Thank you. Yeah, laptop winners will be declared. I don't exactly know when, but you can keep a watch on our social media. We have a lot of forms people have filled in. Thanks to all the membership amount which is being collected, guys. We are able to, because of you guys. You guys are able to actually give the laptops to the talented players. Parikshit is saying watching from Sangali. Arey, very nice. Okay, so the question is, guys, Sagar is right now taking some, like he's sleeping for a while, and I'll be waking him up after some time. This goes into Armageddon. But also, tomorrow I wanted to tell you that we have, I think Arjun is playing against Fabi, if I'm not wrong, and Gukesh against Carlsen. But tell me if I'm wrong. Tomorrow is what? NEET PG. Oh my god. All the talents here. Avyuk says watching from Japan. Kya baat hai? We do have more people here. Okay, guys, B4 and Naka down to 30 minutes. He has to decide and find move knight A6, which is gonna cause a lot of trouble. In the meantime, by the way, looking at Magnus Carlsen's game, because Magnus was in trouble with D5, Queen E7, A3, Bishop went back to D6, and Caruana did not take the pawn on D6 and C6 and spoil the structure. He went bishop to D4. And Magnus went here Queen D7, because I think E5 is something which has to be scared about. So he goes Queen D7. In any case, there is no E5 or what? What's happening? Yeah, E5. Oh my god. Look at this center, yeah. Fabi had the E4, D4 pawns. Now these pawns are very nicely pushed on E5, D5. And who knows, maybe they're going to go to E6, D6. It is insane. The kind of position, the kind of pressure Fabi is putting on Magnus Carlsen, both having 26 minutes on the clock. 20 moves are to be played. This is getting intense. We have one of the most amazing game between Fabiano Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen with a fabulous center for Fabi, guys. And going to Gukesh's game there, we haven't seen it in a while. But after knight a4, rook b8, queen e2, Gukesh has been thinking. He's down to 30 minutes. And if he has been thinking for 9 minutes, it does mean he will also be considering the idea of e5. Whether he decides to go for it or not is a question that we are not yet sure, but he's definitely going to consider it very, very strongly, such an idea. Also, if right now, if you try to think of a move like g5, oh my god, look who is here. Arey, you can get some rest, Sagasha. Why did you sleep? Oh, why did you wake
G5.
up? No. We are just looking. If G5, then at this moment to understand that it's not a good idea. Unlike what happened?
No, I thought G5 is played already.
No. It is not. We need
You're
to
not changing the board, but
board I am
entire
changing. अरे अब भी तुम आए ना वो रहता है ना सागर की like सब परफेक्ट चल रहा था. Just when you came here, अरे मिस हो गया मेरा. बट ठीक है चलो कोई नहीं. चैट का देखा नहीं मैंने अभी. Itachi saying, guys, focus on exams. You can rewatch highlights later. Definitely, guys, please decide for yourself what is important in your life. उसके हिसाब से decide करो.
so Gukesh under pressure, yeah. It's become a trend in this tournament that Gukesh gets in troublesome position and then somehow gets out of it.
Yes, but you know, these two youngsters have been having these amazing matchups in general, and Wei, because he has been playing beautiful chess in general. I do still have a hope because it's not easy to keep continuing and find, like, you know, Sagar, over here. Imagine a move like c6, okay, was a problem.
Yeah.
And at this point, what you had mentioned,
G5.
G5 is so strong with queen d6, g h5, h4, g4, because ये blocked है, इधर commitment किया है. Problem is you've committed a bit early. And queen e2, यहाँ पे the thing is you're still trying to understand how it is. And you are not committing before you understand. You understand what I mean, guys. Siri, are you saying I am skipping my exams to watch this? अरे बाप रे, हम पे इतना प्रेशर मत डालो. Okay, going to Hikaru's game because while Gukesh is thinking for a long time. Oh, Hikaru goes 97. Guys, look at this. This is a great news for Arjun because Hikaru missed this move knight a6, which would have brought in so much trouble for him. Oh my god.
So just one second. I was here till this point.
Arjun decided to give a pawn on f2 for some reason. He liked that, but it wasn't a good idea.
Oh, here knight a6.
But just a moment, if Hikaru rejects, then there is an important reason. Because it's not a move that you don't consider at all with a check in the picture. So he didn't like something about b5. Yeah, he didn't like maybe knight b4 check, king b3, cb5, ab5. Okay, what can he not like? Not knight ab5, sorry, knight b5, because this is attacked. Let's say you go a6, knight d6 check. This all looks like quite as a clean and clear. Bishop d6, b4 is attacked, e7 is threatened, but knight c6 stops rook e7.
Okay. Go.
King c4. King c4 over here. And is it possible that you can feel some pressure here with the, king actually coming for this pawn and the rook and bishop being active? It's amazing. Oh my god.
Wow.
Amazing. Oh my god. So this one is. So this one was maybe not so easy to assess, guys. I think what we were looking at, the move knight a6, may not have been something which if we go deeper, it wasn't maybe very clear on the board. Without engine, this was tough to assess with white's king, bishop, rook. all of them coming towards this pawn, and we know rook and bishop is a better combination than rook and knight. So knight a6 was rejected by Hikaru. He goes knight d7 and Arjun goes rook d3 and right now makes a very good move. Actually, rook d3 was an important move. Look at this direct threat. Guys, what is the threat? चाय समोसा मंगा लो सागर भाई. अरे 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 नहीं रे बाबा, चाय समोसा का टाइम गया. Guys, we have reached 26,33,593 subscribers. We need 7 more subscribers to reach 26,33,600. 8 more. Hanumanji is saying, do you know, my dog also watches chess along with me. He sits with me quietly. And when I get happy, if my favorite wins, he starts biting me in excitement. Oh my god, Hanumanji, this has been such a sweet comment. It's what to say? क्या ही मजा आ गया पढ़ के. If Sagar comes back later, please do write this comment again. I would love to read for him. Dog OP says Itachi. Guys, 600 कर दो guys. 599 पे we have reached subscriber count. We have to make it 26,33,600. Okay, let's. Oh, thank you. क्या बात है. 26,33,601. ऊपर का ₹1. मजा आ गया. Okay, let's go to Arjun. Actually, is now back and he's gone rook d3. Yes, the move as I had asked, and everyone did find out. Knight c6 disco, guys. Knight c6 with rook d7 threat b7. So if you take bishop takes b4, knight c6, b takes c6, rook takes d7, king moves, rook takes a7, and it is black who might have to be a bit more careful. So rook d3 and black knight again in a question. What to do, where to go. If you go knight e5, you might even have to calculate the capture, and you know it is hurting you. The bishop which is not developed, it's actually hurting you all the time, and in order to develop it you might lose some material. Okay, so Arjun back there. Let's now go to Gukesh's game, because after queen e2 he has gone rook c8. Yes, he's gone rook c8 over here. He did not go for e5. After rook c8, okay, he stays calm and he says still one more time. If you play c6, I have the similar ideas over here. So that's what he's calling for. If he says if you play cb6, I was always happy. If so, basically anything which releases this tension for white pawns helps black. So now the question is that how is white going to continue, because whenever he moves the knight, there could be a problem over here on d4 and e5. If he moves, these are beautifully placed, but at the end of it you cannot ever take on e6. They're just stopping, but they're not there by actively threatening something. So how do you improve here for white is definitely a question. It's not a blunder. I think it's a very natural move. It is not a blunder. He has kept, going for e5. He's kept, because that would have started clearing. The calculations would have become forcing. I would like to show you, in fact, I would like to analyze it myself, that e5 was interesting, but not to forget that it is still keeping advantage with white. So e5, let's say if d takes e5 as the first thing, because if you take here, then white is going to be happy. Take here first, deflect this, and then you win the pawn. Okay, so this is clearly winning. So you couldn't have taken back, which means you needed an intermezzo. Most of the times intermezzos are counter attack. They attack some piece of opponent. So d4. If you take this, I have queen d4 and I'm fine. And if you take here, then there is rook e3, queen a4, a lot of things. So you have to move the rook. Rook goes to e4. If rook moves somewhere else, then you again had takes. And now the another intermezzo, d3. Now the queen goes to e3. Okay. And this is the position where black would be needing to be absolutely accurate. B takes c5. And if suppose knight takes c5, then comes bishop b6. And this is all what we were talking about, bishops becoming active. But if he takes e takes f6 and spoils this structure here, this to calculate and to assess was something which was not so easy. And I think, but we understand the ideas now. So rook c8 and Gukesh is going to keep an eye on e5 ideas very soon. Ojas says, "Hi Amrita, I had asked for an advice on my first rated tournament, and the advice you gave me really helped. Was really helpful. It helped me win the tournament." अरे क्या बात कर रहे हो ओजस? That's so cool. Congratulations. Hanumanji is saying he's just 4 months old, but now a chess fan. I think soon he will become a chess player and will play for the country. Crazy. Is this true? Because I would love at some point, you should try to take a video if he's really watching and really happy. But you should please share with us. मजा ही आ जाएगा. Itaji Singh Amritari chat you casually calls blunders just to go to that game. And Sarj is saying, can we see Vaishali's game? It is 3.5 advantage. Guys, if you go to Vaishali's game, by the way, she is playing tremendous chess today. Like, absolutely epic, बोल सकते हैं. Both brother and sister, Prag playing over there in Armenia, where Harshit Bhai is commentating. And Vaishali over here, being a pawn up, having these beautiful central pawns. But more than that, the kind of attacker she is in general. Ooh, nice. Guys, a very cool move here for black. The theme is deflection. The theme is deflection. What are the chances of draw for Gukesh in that position? Absolutely, things are still very difficult here. Wei Yi has to find a lot of ideas. Prag accepted a quick draw today. Got it. Bishop c4. Right. All those you have found this move, basically deflecting this because यहाँ पे mate है. It's a nice move. Bishop c4. You don't have time for a move like g3 because now it's weakened over here. The knight goes to d5 and Vaishali clearly winning, guys. This cannot be messed up, like no chance. So Vaishali clearly winning. Humpy's game has ended in a draw. It will go in Armageddon. Anna Muzychuk versus Ju Wenjun. In fact, Anna has slight edge and she's really trying hard to see if she can convert in the classical game because the advantage would be to directly get the 3 points. Let's come back to the move. Oh, Rook c3. Wei finds the best move. Rook c3 over there and understands that it's time to move the rook away. Because now if you make a move like e5, at this point of time, white would be happy to take such a pawn. Bishop takes b6 and you can see because the rook on c8 is not enough defended. I mean, queen takes and the queen was overloaded. So that's why rook c3 has a very, very important threat of cb6, bishop b6, rook c8 check. So a question to Gukesh, what is he going to do? Is he going to take here now? If he moves the rook again, still now c takes b6 at this moment becomes extremely powerful with takes and maybe if queen takes b6, a4. And you see with the rook being on the open file, with white shifting his both the rooks on the c open file, coming in on this 6th and 7th ranks, it's going to get very, very difficult for black. Okay, looking at this DC5, BC5, DC5 happened by. Oh, I have to change the thumbnail, by the way. B takes C5, D takes C5 was very important, at that moment to not allow the C open file. This is still a better situation. And now Gukesh will go E5 or D4. Okay, he goes D4. But Rook D3. Was E5 slightly better here? Like to first play E5 because now you can threaten D4, E4 very quickly. Okay, he goes D4. And Rook has to decide whether Rook D3 or whether the C5. Please update chess box for Humpy. Yes, Sakar. Thanks for reminding. Rook D3. Best move found. Wei Yi putting intense pressure on Gukesh. 14 minutes for Wei Yi. 27 moves. So 13 more moves Wei Yi needs to make to start getting 10 seconds increment. But right now D4 is attacked and Gukesh will need to save it. But let's quickly jump to Arjun's game because things are happening over there as well. Firstly, changing the live game. Now the thumbnail. That was quick. After b4, knight d7, rook d3, knight went to b6. Now attacks the a4 pawn over here. King b3 by Arjun. Nice move there. Not committing to a5 and allowing knight d5 as a fork over here. So king b3, a6 played by Nakamura. And now Arjun is thinking. Arjun is down to 17 minutes. Nakamura also equal time almost, and a5 looks like a very nice move this time. But how does it work? Because knight e5 is still attacking b4 here. You just move back your bishop. That's the whole idea. And now you fix this structure, guys. This structure is fixed. Oh, okay. So a6 has been played. While Arjun is thinking, let me very quickly update the chat box. Chess box. Humpy will go in Armageddon. Oh, I cannot edit, yeah. Gukesh, Humpy in Armageddon. Always making some spelling error. Vaishali winning beautifully. Arjun game is unclear and complex. Gukesh is in trouble. This is the situation, guys, currently. This is what we are looking at for now. Yep. There you go. And a6 has been played. Arjun down to 15 minutes. Oof. By the way, guys, we have a lot of work to do on stream, says Sakar. Yes, a lot of work in terms of change live board, change the thumbnail, update the chat. But all of you guys are helping and thank you for that. Big thanks actually. So I had to do something. Wei Yi missed it. What did Wei Yi miss? Oh, whoa. Let's go, guys. Let's go over here. It's one of the most, in fact, crazy game going on because crazy passers we have on the board. Rook d7. Okay, Gukesh defended the d4 pawn. He had a choice to defend with the rook. He couldn't defend with e5. By the way, it was a big blunder. As we know, there was a big pin over here. So, knight d4. And you would have still lost the pawn. But not just that. Now the knights are jumping and creating chaos. So, rook d7. b6 played. Gukesh goes back bishop b8 and says, now what? You can't push this. You can't push this. Queen goes to d2 and not a good idea. Very important move Wei Yi missed here. Very important. But even while I was commentating, I was like, okay, this is something which you cannot play. And what was the move? We will come back to it to understand the depth of it. But the important move was why it was missed, because it was difficult, guys. B7. B7 was very important to deflect this rook from here. And once it is deflected, you win this pawn. Basically to activate your knight. So we'll come back there. For now, queen d2, and what Wei thought was absolute logic. Ki, bhai, ye a5 ka pawn, I'm gonna eat it. And I'm gonna have three guys, like pawn pushing industries private limited is expanding. It's like that. So queen d2, also this is attack. So what a beautiful double attack, and you feel like you're winning. But now e5, and the point is there is no pin here. So firstly you have got this solid structure in the center, beautiful pawns. Wei captures this a5 pawn, and the position, if you assess, is black is kind of back in the game, because you are able to assess that this structure, these two pawns in the center, you are able to keep them. It is only about assessment, guys. It can actually be very possible that if, let's say, Wei has gone into this, he assessed that he is loving it. He is a pawn up. Just look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pawns, but one single pawn chain. Very rare. 5 pawns, one single pawn chain. So one pawn island. 3 pawns, and here 3 pawns. So one pawn up, but 2 pawn chains. Okay. But these pawns are already creating a big massacre over here. So for black to assess, like, I'm wondering what is Gukesh's assessment here. Is he understanding that he has a lot of player, and that this pawn is not being pushed, and that this is also a base of the pawn chain, so you can make this a target. I don't know in what way exactly, but that's something to consider. What is the move here, guys? Rook d5 looks like an interesting idea there, though you don't feel very natural, because it feels like you block over here. Bishop d5 भी नहीं आ रहा है in the future. क्या लग रहा है पता है कि you want to go e4. So my move would be something like bishop g6 or bishop d5. But for bishop g6, the rook goes back to d1. ठीक है, we will come back here. Okay. Another move is bishop d5, because it also guards such a diagonal. And यहाँ पे e4 को you have rook d4. Guys, कितना कुछ हो रहा है, इतना कुछ हो रहा है. It's all a very difficult situation for everybody, for the players, for the white, for black, for us, for you guys. कैसा लग रहा है ये गेम? मतलब कुछ भी चल रहा है, वो रहता ना भाई तेरी जिंदगी कैसे चल रही है. इट्स लाइक यार कंप्लीट केओस, हैव नो आइडिया हाउ माय लाइफ इज. यही है ये पोजीशन. Vaishali won. Array, great news. That was happening, and Vaishali actually gets an important disc, 3 points, because she beats with the black pieces in the classical game. Too good. Vaishali OP ho jaye, guys. The way that is the point. There is this advantage with her sometimes, the way she is able to crush her opponents. Is rook a7 possible, asks Prajwal, or rook a7. Okay, there is a pin. I love that you even considered this idea. This is another thing whether it is working or not, but beautiful. Just to consider it shows that it requires high level of creativity. So rook a7. Now, firstly, yeah, you cannot take here neither with the pawn nor with the queen, which means the queen has to go back. And queen b4, if you go back, now the threat is b takes a7, and now your rook again has to move. And that is the reason, yes, it looked attractive, but kuch hua nahi, so you kind of come back to d7. So Vaishali back to India number 2, says Mayur. Array, insane, crazy. Nightbot is saying check out Chess Ranga to improve your chess. Guys, all those who have started playing chess, solve that mate in one, checkmate in one move, which was from yesterday's Vaishali's game. change Vaishali's winnings to, oh, good one. That's an epic suggestion there. By the way, I'll keep the, while Gukesh is thinking, he's down to 14 minutes. Top 3 engine moves I would love to show you. Rook d5, h6, matlab crazy, yeah, h6 and bishop d5. These are the top 3 engine moves. I'm telling you, the position is extremely tough. And 13 minutes for both of them. Going to Arjun's game now. Because after king b3, a6, Arjun actually plays e4. Okay, he's gone e4. What I'm gonna do is to keep the live position of Gukesh and to keep this position main board of Arjun for now. And also now time to change Vaishali's winnings to 1. Vaishali won beautifully. Yep. There you go. e4 by Arjun, guys. Please show Armageddon Humpy. Did it start, guys? Armageddon of Humpy. 1 second. By the way, yeah, Vaishali did finish. This was a final move. Knight e3. Beautiful move. You take here and then there is this queen f3 check. Okay, but to just check if the Armageddon has begun. Humpy's Armageddon has begun, guys. Knight f3. We have to keep... we have to manage everything, guys. It's just like multitasker here. Knight f3, knight f6, c4 played by Humpy here. She has 10 minutes. Humpy is in a must-win situation. 3 minutes more. So white absolutely needs to make sure that the time is utilized beautifully. Okay. I'll also show Fabi. I'll show everything, guys. I'll show everything. c4, c6. Right now, which is the game you want to see? Right now, maybe a few of you can just let me know which can help me. We are at Humpy's game because Armageddon, things happen very quickly over here. But because so many interesting moments are happening, we'll also shift in between. And you can also drop in when important move is happening in Gukesh and Arjun and Magnus and yeah, e3, g6 played. Fabi blunder. Oh, in Gukesh's game, bishop d5 has happened. If you can see the live board, by the way, he has played bishop d5 here. He's played bishop d5 and it's a good move. It's one of the top moves. In fact, after bishop d5, e4 was threatened by Gukesh. Actually, e4 is not threatened because d4 is hanging, but maybe bishop f3 in the future. Maybe h5, h4, knight d2 played by Wei Yi at 11 minutes. And now Gukesh is thinking, is he going to go f5? Is he going to put more pressure over here? That can get very, very intense, guys. f5, and if in e4 comes, even if you have given this pawn, this is getting extremely exciting. Oh, Gukesh goes f5. Crazy. f5 on the board. If this knight moves, then you also have bishop e4, guys. बहुत कुछ हो रहा है यहाँ पे. Too many things happening. Whereas if you see black pawns, they reached, आगे बहुत जल्दी बढ़ गए, but वहीं पे रुक गए. It's like they got early success, guys, but they couldn't remain humble, and that's where right now, पता नहीं क्या होने वाला है. We don't know what's gonna happen. A quick look. Queen b4 played over here. Now what is Gukesh going to play? Computer suggests moves like h5, h6. I don't even understand that. But quickly going to Arjun's game, because after e4, bishop e7 has been played. Knight f5 here by Arjun. Goes to a nice square. g6, the knight is kicked away, and he says it is completely fine if you take my bishop, because now you don't have rook d7. This knight is protecting, the king is protecting. If you go a5, what exactly? I'm gonna shift the knight. I'm gonna shift the knight from d7 2e5, a beautiful square. And let's not forget, guys, Arjun is a pawn down. So every exchange and material down can get dangerous. He needs to be treading on very, very carefully. He needs to find this bishop d6 and keep putting pressure here so that it can equalize. Otherwise, we all know yesterday Magnus versus Arjun. But in the meantime, Gukesh has played f5, queen b4 on the board. He is thinking very quickly, time to move to Humpy's board, because Humpy is having this Armageddon. Bishop e2, short castle, d takes c4 played, bishop takes c4, bishop comes to g4, pinning the knight here, and Humpy is thinking maybe she goes a4, stopping b5 ideas, maybe she plays h3, yes, she plays h3, big decision, bishop takes, queen takes. First of all, Humpy is having double bishop, it's a great situation there. Knight goes to d7. Now is Humpy going to take control of the center here? You also have to be looking at e5 ideas with the knight and also wanting a fork. So rook d1 stops e5. Stops e5 here. Or it doesn't. Wait. e5, d takes e5, knight takes e5 is actually possible. e5 played on the board by Lei Tingjie. Very, very alert. Taking here is not a good idea. Maybe d5. Maybe Humpy goes e5, d5. Maybe she goes a4. Guys, बहुत कुछ चल रहा है, हर जगह चल रहा है. Wow, Guki dominating now says Nacho. I don't think that is dominating Nacho. That is absolute chaos on their board. d5 found, but looking at the position, I do think that Gukesh's positions practically maybe are not as easy even for the opponents, and that's why all the assessment goes different. There is an intermezzo here, e4, so that if you take, then d5 is hanging. If you take here, oh, even knight e5 is an intermezzo. Lot of things, vacating the square, deflecting the knight. Very nice move by Lei Tingjie. Absolutely nice. By the way, we do have the live board of Gukesh right now, because it's a crazy situation there and Gukesh is still thinking. Okay, she goes queen e2. Humpy has gone queen e2, and now c takes d5 looks like a good move for black because some pieces are getting exchanged. cd5, knight d5, and knight e5 you love with the pawn over here. Guys, at this moment, thank you Alan Walker, but at this moment, guys, which is the most interesting game for all of you? For the next 3 minutes के लिए सबसे interesting game बताओ. Okay? Yes, cd5 has been played by Lei Tingjie, knight takes d5, and Humpy has used her time. That's not a very good news because Humpy is in a must-win situation, and because she started with 3 minutes extra on the clock, it's very important to take care of that time gap. Otherwise, it becomes easier for black to face it. Now, 95, Gukesh, Arjun, Gukesh. Okay, we will keep shifting then. We'll shift between Arjun, Gukesh and Humpy. Towards the end, we will definitely, because of the kind of time pressure, we will come here again. But for the moment, guys, here we have Arjun's game, and after g6, he is still thinking. Oh my god, look at Arjun's time. He's been thinking for 5 minutes. He's down to 5 minutes. Nakamura having 12 minutes on the clock. Arjun needs to make 10 moves. Jab tak he doesn't get 10 seconds extra. It's a decision. He's thinking whether to give a check or whether to take over here. In the meantime, Gukesh playing this insanely complicated position. After queen b4, he's found a nice move. Queen f6, developing the queen. Finally, the queen feels like, it's doing something. Though from d8 also, बहुत कुछ किया उसने, बहुत मेहनत की. So queen f6, things are defended over here, but it's still not easy to for black and for white both to push their connected passers. They are trying to figure it out. One of the good ideas is to go f4 over here. Yeah, to go f4 over here, but a very difficult move. 8 minutes for Wei Yi. He's thinking, Let's go to Humpy's game. That's where, oops, why did it all change? Ooh, Humpy's game, lot of things happening there, guys. Humpy, yeah, there we go. We do have a live board there of Gukesh also, by the way. Queen e2, knight e5. This is what we saw. Knight f6, queen f6, bishop d5. Queen went to f5 and Humpy is thinking. Actually, Lei Tingjie has sacrificed a pawn over here. But in return, like if you take over here, rook goes to b8. If bishop goes back, if you just look at the position, there is a huge amount of compensation. Because this bishop cannot easily develop now, b2 will be hanging. And these rooks are not connected. So also with this pawn and queen and knight beautifully placed, what white will always have to take care of ideas like queen g5, knight f3, maybe even at some point a bishop coming on this diagonal with such a pawn placed over here. The king is weak. The knight is not here to defend a mate. So bishop e7 played by Humpy, rook b8 immediately played, instantly played in fact, and Humpy is thinking. 3,000 people watching, guys. Like the stream. Humpy goes bishop a6, but now there is a blow. Knight f3 check, boom bam happening. Will Lei Tingjie find it? Because if knight f3 check, if g takes f3, e takes f3, your threat is the checkmate. Now if you go queen f1 over here, a beautiful move. I think this is what the move Humpy might have missed, because yahan pe this is defended. If you give a check, your king can move, so that should be okay. But here a move would be rook b4, guys. Shifting the rook would get deadly. Baapre. But no, she doesn't find it. Oh my goodness, look at this. But what was the idea? I'm still wondering. Like a move like bishop d3, check, king h2, rook h4. Okay, yeah, and then bishop e5 check. It's good. So she goes g5. She doesn't find knight f3, but still black is completely putting a lot of pressure with g5, and white has to decide. Pieces are completely in disharmony. Nobody is really helping each other here. They are completely, oh my god, under big trouble. Humpy down to 3 minutes. Lei Tingjie also 3 minutes. Gukesh's game. Things that, oh my god, Wei Yi found f4. Wei Yi has found a move f4, and after queen f6, this is what we were looking at, and I thought it's a little tough move. Maybe it could even shock Guki, but no. He played e takes f4 pretty quickly for that matter. So maybe he was considering that. And the question is, d4 is hanging. Yes. You can take the pawn. You can't, I don't think you can take the pawn with the queen. It's possible. It's possible, and it gets intense. You defend this, the queen is coming, deadly bishop, and now, these are the queen takes d4 happening on the board. Oh my goodness. If g takes f4, then also queen g6. Actually, these bishops, they are unleashed. They are unleashing their talent, guys. This is what we were talking about. And Arjun is also in trouble. Oh my god. Arjun is in trouble. What did he play? Knight f5, g6, he goes e5. Oh my goodness. Arjun has made a big blunder. Because if g takes f5, a takes b6, f takes e4, Arjun is giving another pawn, and I believe he was looking at rook d7 with the ideas of bishop d6 here. But comes rook d8. What has he calculated? Rook b7. Yeah, maybe this is what he's calculated, because guys, anything, you get the king out, then you are winning with rook c7, c7. But what he has missed is a move over here. This is where he misses an important idea, an intermezzo, which is e3, deflecting the bishop. And if bishop takes e3, there comes rook d3. Oh my god. This is what he has missed. And if you go king c2, then there is e2. Bishop d2 khela. So now the king comes. Everything is forcing. So what Arjun was trying to calculate was an epic idea. But in between, because of this intermezzo, if Nakamura misses it, there is still a chance. And I wouldn't say it's like very easy or something. It's possible. It's 50-50, guys. Nakamura, can he miss that? In that case, he will not take the knight. It's highly possible. Let's quickly go to Humpy's game now. and check what's happening, because yes, oops, over here, f takes e4. Oh, Humpy is back. Humpy is back. Guys, g5 at g4 takes knight g4. She goes back, bishop e2. Rook tries to shift here, but Humpy is creating an escape square for her king. Pieces are getting traded. Humpy down to 1 minute 35 seconds. Very critical is to understand that Humpy has his double bishop. At some point, if they also get unleashed, then black can be in trouble. But at this moment, black is doing perfectly fine and in fact having more time. So 25 moves done. After 40 moves only you start getting 1 second increment. तब तक नहीं मिलेगा guys. Rook d8, a4, and quick moves are happening 1 minute each, guys. Very difficult decision. Quickly going to black is still slightly better. We'll come back here in 30 seconds. In the meantime, Nakamura is still thinking. Gukesh's game has gone ahead drastically. In fact, over here after queen f6, takes. Oh, Gukesh exchanges the queen. He doesn't go for the queen h6 and all. He decides to exchange the queens. Queen d4, rook d4, bishop goes back to c6. Yeah, an important move over here. Bishop goes back, and now Wei Yi is thinking whether to take here, whether to deflect. Wow, but look at the pawns. 5 pawns for Wei Yi, 4 pawns for Gukesh. 1 pawn is still hanging. This is hanging. If you take over here, takes, and then a4 is hanging. So the knight has to save itself. But when the knight goes back, c5 is hanging. So, यहाँ पे है ना, everybody is dependent on each other, guys. They're all working in a team. Everybody dependent on each other. It's a great harmony, but then lot of dependency. इतना भी नहीं होना चाहिए. Crazy चल रहा है, guys. Crazy. Let's quickly shift to Humpy's game यहाँ पे, because यहाँ पे everybody is, oh, blunder. Rook e6 was a blunder, but Humpy misses bishop h5. Oh my god. ठीक है, but we still don't know. It's not very clear. Queen bishop went to h6. What blunder? Rook takes c5, rook takes c5, rook takes c5, queen takes queen c2. Oh, she just blundered a whole piece. Guys, Lei Tingjie has blundered a whole piece. Oh my god. Insane. Insane. But the move to find here was rook c6. And that was the only move which wasn't very easy. That's why she blundered. It was not like बहुत सारा option था and she blundered. यहाँ पे she took queen c2, and right now Humpy having 20 seconds. A piece up. Everything is pretty safe. The piece is also bishop. Black king is weak. This is going to be mated, guys. King e8, bishop b5. Oh, 1 second for Lei Tingjie. Humpy, actually, what a game. Matlab, I couldn't imagine it could convert in such a way, but with the g5, now that I think of, Humpy beats Lei Tingjie in an Armageddon, in a classic Armageddon. Things started changing here, slow and steady. Her pieces started, coming together, and okay, we'll look at that here बाद में कि क्या exactly करना चाहिए था, but Humpy OP हो जाए, guys. Humpy OP. Back to both the games now, Gukesh and Arjun. So Humpy के लिए बहुत important था lead maintain करना, and she has done a great job over there. Rook d7, bishop d7 has happened on the board. b7 played. You don't have time to take there. Rook d8. Now the knight can move because c5 is not hanging. But where to move? Because if you go knight b6, bishop c7, bishop c6, and b7 is hanging. Humpy absolutely OP. Never easy to lead a tournament, guys. Okay, sorry. यहाँ पे instead of knight b6, actually Wei Yi is thinking. Wei Yi down to 2 minutes on the clock. Gukesh having more time than Wei Yi, 5 minutes on the clock. Move number 37th है, which means, oh, Harshit Raja. Ale ale today. क्या बात है हर्षित राजा. Great to see you in the chat. How is your what are your thoughts over what all is happening? Yes, he goes bishop c6. Guys, double attack. d2 is hanging, b7 is hanging, but you also have to be careful with back ranks. Knight goes to c4. These knights are really helping each other. But b7 an important pawn is lost. You know, ये these were the talents. बहुत ही जल्दी सक्सेस मिल गया था और फिर as we discussed, he says very excited. All crazy games today, says Prajwal. Sorry guys. Rooting for PSG. What is PSG? Oh my god. Guys, 39 move. इसके बाद 10 seconds increment will start. Okay. And Gukesh, I don't know why he's also thinking of taking this because it creates a back rank ideas. So imagine this rook cannot easily think of moving. And but you do have to worry about knight a5, no? Like fg3. What if knight a5? Ooh, man, this is better for black. Unbelievable. Because, you know, guys, if c6, then there is bishop e7. And, oh, goodness. Okay, he goes, knight c4 is played and Gukesh is thinking, taking time. By the way, all of you had mentioned that Nakamura missed it. Oh, we have to look at that. Because wahan pe, when he played a5, I want to go to Arjun's game. gf5 was played. ab6, rook d8. Oh, ab6 को fe4 मारना था. And here is where Nakamura missed it. Gukesh making a big comeback, says Harshit Raja. Rook d8. Absolutely, Harshit, it was an insane game today. And this is how even Arjun makes a comeback. Bishop c7. Bishop e7. They have the same color bishop. And now the pawns are also equal, guys. So, takes, g4. This is heading towards a draw and will go into Armageddon. Oh my god, unbelievable. So time to stick to Guki's game. Guki is better. Guki is better over here. G takes f4. Wait. Bishop takes b7. That's what he chose to take this pawn. G takes f4. Bishop f4. Rook goes to e7. And now Guki is thinking, you know, the reason why black is better, why Guki is better to stick to e4, bishop e4, and white king will really have to worry about some back rank ideas as well. Yet, the c pawn with these knights is sharp here. White still has two pawns which black needs to be taking care of. At the same time, you have this one structure. The day these pawns start getting pushed, going to be difficult. You know, guys, सागर's phone battery is 4%. तब तक क्या ये गेम का निकाल आ जाएगा? Chessbox Humpy and Vaishali won. Absolutely. I will update that in a while. Shishir is saying Arjun can't beat Hikaru in Armageddon. Array, Arjun can. Absolutely, Arjun can beat Hikaru. How many moves left for time control? By the way, Harshit, how is the tournament going on over there? And how are you doing? The 41st move, guys. So now with every move, you get 10 seconds increment. So the worry of losing on time, I think, is gone for both the players. A likely result is a draw. But because we have these two bishops, जहाँ पे this king can land up in trouble. And at the same time for white, because there is this passer, until this c pawn is a passer and these knights here very close to it, that can be the reason black can land in trouble. So both these things, both of them have these kind of advantages and both of them are going to think in that direction. What is my positive thing which I can use here? Bishop g3 next move has been asked by Cashin. A good question because you are threatening a checkmate and it's a nice move. You need to block the checkmate because you can't go rook e1. If you try to go king f1, then comes in boom bam, rook d1, king e2 and guys, ये देखो स्क्यूअर हो गया इधर. So bishop g3 can be tricky. What he went is bishop e4. Nice move. I love this move of Gukesh. And now these two bishops कब के रुके थे ये, कब के रुके थे. Still no time to play c6. The king goes to f2. The rook can't support to play c6. Maybe what white would like to go is knight a5. But time नहीं है इतना अभी के लिए. Can black go king f8 and attack this rook? Gukesh is thinking down to 1 minute. Harshit Raja says great performance by Indians at Norway. Also in Armenia, Harshit bhai. Arvind has reached 2750 and today he played an epic game. That's what the chat told us. Rook d3 on the board, guys. An important move for Wei Yi over here, which is knight d7. Which is 97. I'm still figuring it out why, but my question is, okay, this is attacked. So if I move the knight to a5, this is hanging. Oh, knight c8 played by Wei Yi. A mistake, but a mistake if Gukesh plays h5. Otherwise, not such a bad move. Even g6, but g6, I don't know. h5 can be a possibility. What is the threat, by the way? You want to go knight d6. One of the knight to d6 and you want to attack here. That is the threat. 50 seconds for Guki, guys. 50 seconds. मेरा फोन का बैटरी इधर भी चला गया है क्या 1% for Sagar. How do I get the crazy, guys? बैटरी चला गया तो चैट नहीं पढ़ पाऊंगी. Let me see. h5. Oh, Guki finds a good move. Knight d6, but now once again he needs to find his only move, guys. Rook c3. बहुत जरूरी है ये move, बहुत ही ज्यादा. Will he be able to find this move? Rook c3 with the idea if knight takes e4, rook takes c4, and when the knight moves, if goes knight यहाँ पे you take here, defend f5. Rook c3 with 22 seconds on the board. I don't know. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, एक बार Guki OP already हो जाए. Forget about the result. I don't even care right now. But amazing calculation. Like insane amount of handling pressure here. Guki OP दिखना तो चाहिए. हाँ, maybe I can try to look over here. What a move! How did he find such a move in what? 20 seconds. Crazy. This is epic, guys. Today Humpy won the Armageddon. Vaishali won the classical game. Arjun is gonna go towards the Armageddon. And Gukesh here is right now clearly better. And whatever 14 seconds Wei Yi has, he really needs to find some important ideas to put pressure on Guki to make a mistake again. He goes check. King goes to h7. क्या करेगा? Both these knights are stuck with each other. Rook goes to f8. A big mistake. Just attack the knight, guys. Just attack the knight. When the knight moves, you can take the... 1 second. There's also rook c2 check. First, kick the king away. Kick the king piche and maybe don't even attack the knight. Check. King goes back, bishop g3 with the mating ideas. Because if the king goes over here, there is this check. Whoa. And what if the king goes to e1? What if the king goes to e1? Then also bishop d3 because you will have these check ideas. Oh my god. He goes bishop g3 check. अरे नहीं, but अभी नहीं चलेगा ना. King goes to e2. Okay, this is also winning, but that was much better maybe. Rook c2 was very strong. This is also better. Bishop g2. King goes to e2. Still, with the kind of time you have, like 20 seconds and 10 seconds, when anybody is on 1 second and there are knights on the board is where all these, drama can still happen. Knight e3. Bishop is attacked. कहाँ जाएगा bishop? f5 is also hanging. You still need to be a bit careful. He goes bishop h3. if knight f5, basically, what if knight f5? Yeah, he takes knight f5. This is attack. But maybe is there a check here? Bishop g4 check. Oh, bishop e5. Whoa. And white goes knight e4. An important move. Oh, knight g5 check. And that's what the knights are coming together with the rook. Mating ideas are being created. 9 seconds to cookie. Bishop g4 check. King d2. Rook is attacked. He takes this pawn. Still, there is no mate. With knight g5, there is no mate. But very, very tough position because you're still in a mating net. One check here and it's a mate. Look at this. All these squares are controlled. At 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, rook a2 check. This is all about time, guys. King d3. Is he going to give a check? But then the king... Oh, he's repeating. The king goes to c4. Do you want to give a check again? But the king is coming. King is coming ahead. Anyway, one more thing I feel. At the end of it, if you give your bishop for the pawn, then the bishop and 2 pawns, there should still be a draw. But, he just got that advantage from there. Once again, this is going to 10 seconds, 9 seconds. And you have to be careful. King c4 ke baad, guys. Oh, 3 seconds. 2, 1. Make a move, Cookie. Bishop f6. He's saying that you have to take here. Otherwise, I have a threat here. Rook a4 check is a strong threat. Only move is knight f6. White has to take. Yeah, he takes. Rook takes f6. Okay, this is ending in a draw. The bishop is... Or is it too early to say this? Because rook pawn is the enemy of the knight. No, not really. Because this is also passer. Not really. No. Guys, maybe even this goes in Armageddon. Crazy ho jane wala hai. We are going to get Arjun versus Hikaru Armageddon. A quick look over here. And we have this position with bishop f8 check. In fact, Naka is a pawn up, by the way. But okay. Arjun will hold this, yeah? Arjun also has much more time. So, h4. Cookie's rook pawn is pushing. h4. c6 gaya yahan pe. The rook stops, a good move because you also want to bring your rook behind your passer to be able to push the pawn. Okay, this is happening. Only important thing is, if the pawn is on c7, what white is going to generally try is have his rook over here. Have the knight blocking the way with the support and try to win. So, still it's too much of a fantasy. You can always stop. Rook g3, no matter what. Epic play by both Wei Yi and Gukesh, I will say, for the kind of complex position they were playing. Of course, it's going to be hurting Gukesh more because he was literally into a winning advantage, but at the same time, he had 10 seconds. So, it's going to hurt Gukesh more. But yeah, let's not go ahead of the time because they are still playing with 10 seconds. Easiest would be to give the bishop for the knight. And guys, Magnus kept trying against with the rook knight versus rook in freestyle. And in fact, he was able to beat with it. So this is something to take care of. Or maybe Wei might also just take here. Yeah. Draw, right, guys. Oof. मजा आ गया ये. मतलब ये गेम में जो मजा था ना आज, जो मिडिल गेम के बाद हो गया, सोचा नहीं था इतना क्रेजीनेस आ जाएगा. King goes to d4. Check, rook c1. Knight is going. He's not taking the pawn on h3 and saying, भाई हो गया draw. जाते हैं Armageddon में. Wei is still, trying to be slightly tricky and ambitious. This guy may be going knight c3. I don't know still. Okay, rook c6 is a good move. Anyway, there are no such threats. And the knight can't move c7, will be hanging. So it's a good move. Oh, if takes knight, okay. By the way, Arjun's game was also ending in a very clear draw. So that's going to go into a king h4. धीरे धीरे करके किंग ये वाला भी आ ही रहा है. Oh my god, big blunder. How? No. That's what. ऐसा कैसे free में कोई रुक देगा? It was a transition error, guys. So obviously it didn't happen. Not my false alarm. Arjun's game ended in a draw. Yeah. It is going to go into Armageddon. Bishop goes to c6 here. You have somewhere a threat. Rook c5, king g3. So he goes knight e3, gives up the pawn over here with rook takes c7 and knows that the knight is going to give up itself. Because knight on dark square, knight f5 check also. ठीक है, हो ही रहा है ड्रॉ. किंग f4. व्हाट अबाउट द चेक? स्टिल होपिंग फॉर समथिंग. डरा देते हो भाई. मैं नहीं भाई, ये तो ट्रांसमिशन एरर था. So many Armageddons today. Yes. Bishop c6. Bishop c6. Lower time control, more dangerous Hikaru. And also Arjun, guys. Absolutely dangerous. Gukesh is going here. He's saying, give me a check. I don't mind. I go back. But I still have this extra pawn which your knight cannot attack right now. Then I might go bishop g2. Then I might try something over here. At the end of it, if Gukesh gets rook bishop versus rook, imagine. Then it would be insane. Is there a possibility? No, rook b8. Already with the idea of rook h8 check. A very good move by Wei Yi here. And also his pieces are very close. Rook h8. The only thing to take care is not to plunder your rook in the fork. Iske alawa, there is literally nothing you need to take care of. Now rook h7 maybe. No, rook h7 then takes, it's a draw. But okay, 1 second. What? Wait. Gukesh made this move when he had 2 seconds on the clock. Insane. Okay, check. डरा दिया क्या actually? King goes back. Yeah, this is fine. Now it's a draw. If he takes, maybe he's going to give a check. But if king here, okay. If king here, rook c5, rook f3, take, draw. Otherwise also bishop f5 is still a draw. Man, that was crazy because all men games have ended in a draw. Can you imagine? Even Fabi had advantage, even that ended in a draw. Guki's game ends in a draw with the black pieces. And a good thing is, for Guki, he needs a draw or a win to actually win this, basically. So, for Arjun, he's in a must-win situation. And for Fabiano, he's also in a must-win situation with Magnus Carlsen. So, yeah, they all played till Fabi played until they had 2 kings on the board. Wei Gukesh until 2 kings and 2 rooks on the board. And Arjun also versus Nakamura until 2 kings on the board. Crazy ho gaya. And all women games, by the way. Oh, Ju Wenjun is playing Armageddon over here. But Humpy, I will also update the our chess box, so that everyone gets to know what has happened over there. कैसा लगा गाइज? मजा आया कि नहीं? कौन सी चीजों का सबसे ज्यादा मजा आया? What was something which you really enjoyed today? Your Ju Wenjun needs a draw, by the way. And I think because Anna and Humpy were leading, it's an important game. You know what happens here? Who wins? Because otherwise, I think if Anna loses this, then maybe Humpy becomes a sole leader. If guys correct me if I'm wrong. But if it is a draw, I think both of them continue with their lead. Crazy multiplay at a time. कितने टाइम में स्टार्ट होगा? I don't know. Lark says, is it criminal to say Wei Yi held her nerves and defended absolutely against it? Wei Yi played amazingly. But guys, I will take you to that moment, because though whatever the advantage shown, I want to also see it at that point of time when you are getting closer to under 10-20 seconds. It's a different ball game. I mean, I'm just a lot of mistakes are expected. That too, when especially things are like a race, yeah, like you have such kind of decisions where it is all risk and you have less time, you generally avoid many times some risk. So, but by the way, how did Fabi lose the advantage, because he was really doing well. So let's see. But there is a 20 minute. Yeah, are you sure? By the way, who is leading our XP points? Lasia Lali still number 1. Megros number 2. Puttu Ravi number 3. Dinsi number, where is number 4? तो दिख ही नहीं रहा है. And Sakar Chess number 6. But 4 कहाँ गया? I don't know. Okay, Ju Wenjun, guys, this is the draw. This is ending in a draw, which will mean that Ju Wenjun is actually winning this match, because a draw in Armageddon helps black. Wow. Amazing, guys. Maza aa gaya. Thank you so much. I'll update the chess box. Yes, time for that. And we'll also, I think get Sagar, update him. Also, I have to check what happened in certain moments of Arjun's game. I think maybe I'm expecting another 10-15 minutes at least. We get XP system is YouTube has has introduced this feature of a leaderboard, and we are also exploring how it is. So what should be the leader? What should be the chess box, guys? Humpy and Vaishali. Humpy and Vaishali. Humpy wins in Armageddon. Vaishali won classical. Arjun and Gukesh. Arjun game is unclear and complex at that time of time. Ends in a draw. Goes Arjun was unclear. Arjun and Gukesh played crazy chess. Now reach the Armageddon. एक बार हाँ आर्मागेडन का स्पेलिंग पता चला तो अच्छा है. Reach the Armageddon. Actually, Magnus and Fabi, all men games are actually Armageddon. So all men. Crazy day, guys. Crazy day. इससे ज़्यादा क्रेजी नहीं हो सकता है. अच्छा, ये इधर बहुत ज़्यादा फिट नहीं होता है. सागर को कोडिंग थोड़ा इम्प्रूव करना पड़ेगा गाइज, नहीं तो पढ़ने को थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा ना ये बॉक्स. आई डोंट नो इफ यू कैन रीड इट या कैसा है, बट हाँ. Vedant says, love your commentary, ma'am. Thank you, Vedant. Guys, it's 12:48 AM at night. बहुत ही लेट हो चुका है. We have reached Armageddon, like this might be the first time, right? All three games have reached Armageddon. Maybe all three games start at the same time. Itachi says also Amrita Didi towards the end of the day. Let's create a poll for game of the day and a move of the day to honor our players. I love your idea, Itachi, because also today is one of that absolutely deserving day because it was all very complex. वो रहता है ना कोई कोई दिन. आदित्य शर्मा, thank you for your super chat. Really enjoyed your commentary. Keep it up. Big thanks. Megro is saying super chats increase XP and view time. Acha, interesting. Hanumanji is saying thank you Amrut and Sagar Bhai and Chessbiz India really helped me a lot during the time of exams and I used to see your stream late night to not feel sleepy during studies. Wow, that is so cool. It's more like, you have company with more people, maybe in the chat also who are studying or working. With us over here, we are working. And whatever all of us are doing, we are all enjoying. So it doesn't seem like work and it becomes easier to, study. And which doesn't become too heavy and intense, but becomes more of an enjoyment over there. So beautiful. ओके सो 20 मिनट ब्रेक में गाइज अभी मतलब 10 मिनट तो हो चुका है सो आई एम गेसिंग इन द नेक्स्ट 5 or 10 minutes maybe it starts Lark is saying please try to stop using excessive and too many English adjectives like crazy, epic, fabulous, amazing, excessive and generous usage. So then what should I use? Because Lark, this is not like a lecture or something English. It is more about the emotion. So the adjectives might be more about the emotions. But I don't know if many of you feel it, then definitely I have to work on what I have to improve. But if it is a subjective thing, then maybe yeah, it can be different opinions of people. But I'm always ready to, improve as per what you guys need. Oof. Okay, guys, can I just get firstly 1 second big thing? I needed to check Arjun's game. I was very curious about that moment in Arjun's game. I was looking. I just wanted to check this moment because it was a critical decision. A5 was played, and here Naka had to take on f5, which he took 8x b6, and here Naka had to take on fe, and we did calculate that it was slightly difficult to consider a move like after rook d8 rook b7 because Arjun has a very clear plan of b7 and b8 queen. It's coming by very quickly, like fast and furious, but e3 was the only move to find. If black would miss e3, then black was losing. And this was the move I think Arjun also missed. At the same time, Naka also missed. And when two top players miss such a move in 5 minutes, it means the whole pressure which is created at that point of time makes that happen. It doesn't become easy. But if you give them this position, otherwise, they're not playing a game, and in that mode, they will be able to find such an idea very easily. So this pressure makes things very difficult. So takes rook d8 was played by Nakamura because they missed e3, and this led to exchanges of the rook and bishop c7, defending this, attacking this, and attacking this because you don't have time to take. You can't stop the queen. So the bishop had to move and then Arjun recovered the pawn. That is how the material became equal. And after c5, g4, h5, okay. Then, then the material was... yeah, Arjun didn't even care. He gave that pawn again. But it's a fortress. There's no improvement. There is no plan. The king on e6 is like, I just never need to get out from where I was. And then the queen check. Nice. Okay, that is how it ended in a draw. And Fabi versus... where was the mistake? Okay, wait a second. There was in the middle game. It went into a Wow, look at this position. Fabi was better, but I think again it wasn't like clearly better and you're winning or anything like that. I think Magnus was defending very well. It somehow reminds me once again of Fabi versus Gukesh, that you are better, you are material up over there, but you still have to do a lot of work to convert. So yeah, then it was equal and was there a blunder? No. Bar is going crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, Magnus managed this and ended in a draw. Takes king went now. King pawn endgame. Okay, they played till the end. Guys, all 3 games in Armageddon. How are you excited? Which game as of now you think is going to get the game of the day today? क्या वो क्लासिकल वाला रहेगा, क्या वो आर्मागेडन वाला रहेगा? All set there. Live board I must set over here. Alright, everything is set guys. The live is set. सब कुछ सेट है. बस अभी अर्जुन वर्सेस हिकारू. Arjun needs a must win. Arjun is in a must win situation. Wei versus Gukesh and Caruana versus Magnus is already started. Woo! Okay, guys. So we do have this important game going on. Fabi versus Magnus has started. Maybe their game ended much earlier than Arjun and Gukesh. So those two are yet to start. Fabi in a must-win situation against Magnus Carlsen. What do you think, guys? What do you think is gonna happen here? Here is having this very slight initiative where I do think it looks like a very standard kind of a from Italian. They have reached over here. Looks like, yeah, this is all opening here. Just trying to see b4, knight d8. Okay, knight d8 is not games have not found. Maybe novelty by Magnus. And this, oh my god, this is very interesting maneuver, guys. Look at this, knight d8, knight e6, knight f4. इतना फटाफट. Many times the knight does go like this, but यहाँ पे very interesting. Okay, rook e1. The king is still in the center, so time to castle there. Bindast, very safe to castle. No, but Magnus is going bishop g4, pinning the knight. And what is his plan for h3? Is he planning to take here or is he planning to go back? But no, Fabi is not even wanting to go h3. He goes knight f1 because he can bring his knight to e3 or g3 at the right time. And look at this f5 square. Also, knight d5 because there is this irritating pin there. Mayur is like currently Humpy has a live rating higher than a recorded highest rating. That's such a great news, Mayur. What is her live rating? Can you let us know? Knight f1. Knight g6. Magnus goes back. Yes, this bishop needed to be kicked away because it was pretty annoying. Bishop goes to g3. And now Magnus Carlsen is like, I don't need your h3. I'm exchanging your knight against my bishop because I believe they both were of equal strength. So takes, and he's going to go castle. He's going to go knight h5. Knight f4. Okay, not when the queen is obviously on f3. Knight h5 is not going to be easy. But what about, yeah, is he winning a pawn? Oh no, that would be exploding, no? I don't know if cd4, which has not happened yet, bishop d4. Oh, there is nothing to worry about e5. Guys, rook is hanging. If rook d1, you can also go bishop. But there is also knight e5. Oh, Magnus Carlsen is winning a pawn. Has won a pawn. And Magnus Carlsen with the rook here, with the queen here, and absolutely without any worries has simply taken the d4 pawn. You know, intuitively what you feel is like you don't even consider such moves. It just feels like with this rook, such a thing is not possible. And that's what has kind of taken Fabi in a bit of shock. But he takes rook d1. Fabi has 7 minutes. He's managed his time beautifully against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus down to 5 minutes. So it's like a almost 2-minute 30-second gap yet. So the time management is epic by Fabi. Knight e5, a nice intermezzo. Queen b3 over here. The bishop was attacked now. So he goes back. The king still nothing to worry. Oh my goodness. Insane. Magnus Carlsen being a pawn up. White having double bishop. Having definitely some compensation there. Oh, guys, Arjun's game has started. We are shifting over here. Arjun versus Nakamura. Knight f3 on the board. d5, c4, e6, d4. Wow. a6. Nakamura goes into this move. a6 takes bishop f4. d6 now, and one piece already getting exchanged. Arjun playing super fast, beautiful chess there. Bishop on d3, a great diagonal. You would love to be there. There is going to be, what to say? Is there going to be a minority attack? Is there going to be knight a4 and knight c5 in the future? You can see some weak squares on b6 and c5. So short castle played. This bishop still has to worry about the development yet. Rook b1. Arjun immediately starting with the b4 idea. Maybe a3 is not even needed. a5 stops the b4 ideas instantly. And now Arjun goes h3. You know, he's playing on this side. He's playing here, controlling the squares. But b6 not a good move. Will Arjun play e4 right now, which is very, very strong. But definitely rook f c1. Another move I was going to mention, bringing the rook on the open file. Now bishop develops to b7, a3. But Arjun is happy that the bishop is on this diagonal. It's not going to get activated. But c5, that's what Nakamura is trying to do. c5, this square has been weakened. Oh, he goes with the bishop there. He's pinned a knight here. Maybe knight e5 has to be something looked out for. But can bishop c6 be played? One moment. No, he doesn't go that. Bishop c6 wasn't a problem at all. He goes rook e c8 on the c file. And look who we have, guys. We have a special guest joining us from the bedroom. Welcome, Sagar Shah. You have no idea about the craziness that happened today. I believe you would have seen some dreams about it though.
Not yet.
No?
I was just dreaming about
Oh my goodness.
becoming a GM. Yeah.
Oh god. Oh, who's Nightbot is saying, hey Amruta Tai, I have been sending messages in this chat since ages but yet to find love. Please create your chess matrimony app. I will follow all her commands. Nightbot. I love Nightbot. Most encouraging thing Doesn't even feel I want to call it an AI. Rook d1.
Look at Magnus versus Caruana.
Yes, let's go. Rook d1 over here, guys. We'll come back here again. Arjun's time management is beautiful. Knight goes back. Maybe the queen is going to jump in very soon over here. This knight to e5. There is pressure on d5. Yes, the queen jumps in. 1, 2, 3, guys. Going to Magnus Carlsen's game. The bars. Sagar is updating the bars. कुछ ना कुछ तो mix हो ही जाता है मेरा. But at the end of it, Queen c2 has been played. Magnus was a pawn up, guys. If you remember back then, let's come to the current position. Bishop f3, p5, knight c5, queen c2, rook a8.
Guys, if you remember, let's come to current position.
मैं ना वो नाइट बॉट ने मेरे को थोड़ा शॉक कर दिया. So rook d1. What are you saying? Magnus now clearly better over here. He simply goes c6. Oh, he had to, actually not take this break. He had to go b6. He had to keep working, but he took a break. c6 played. Now, what, Fabi can do is b takes c6, and these two pawns over here are kind of weak. And this bishop is a great compensation. Yeah.
Yeah, c6 is not so bad, Amruta, because all that Magnus needs is a draw.
Arey, I completely forgot. Black only needs a draw. Oh, by the way, Gukesh versus Wei has started, guys. And once again, Gukesh over here, yes, e4, c6, same opening they are playing on the board, which happened in the classical game. e6, I think maybe c4 is not the move which Wei is going to play. He goes rook e1, castle, and knight g5 there. Instantly, knight goes to f5, and now Wei is thinking. In fact, Gukesh took only 2 seconds to make this move, guys. Only 2 seconds. He knows that. He's prepared, and now Wei actually started thinking, goes queen h5. Important to play h6, otherwise you are gone. He goes h6. Again, Gukesh doesn't think much. Knight goes back to f3. And how is Gukesh going to continue? Yes, the queen is out instead of d1 on h5. But right now, can Gukesh find this move f6, or is he going to play g6, kick the queen away? This is defended.
g6 does feel a bit weakening, actually, even though it looks very natural to play that way. But
this can become a problem because of e5 and you unleash your bishop. But for g6, it's important that white had to go directly queen h3. Directly queen h3. Okay, so knight f3, and now Gukesh is thinking. In fact, he's taken a lot of time. 45 seconds is huge. He needs to make sure that with the black pieces, he has 3 minutes less. Sid is super chatted. Should I build chess matrimony app? What do you say? App का तो पता नहीं. You know it better. But right now we are focusing on this moment where g6 खेला Gukesh ने. Queen went to h3 and h5 also played. Is this Gukesh's preparation, or is he finding it on the board? This does look like a weak square. Sagar, how do we focus? Because we have 3 Armageddon games. It is insane.
Yeah, you're
quickly going to Arjun's game, by the way. Actually, Arjun is in trouble. Oh man, I don't know. After queen f5, it started with takes. This was all good for Arjun, actually speaking. What went wrong? Bishop c4, c6, knight g6, queen went back, and he's an exchange. Oh, this move, last move was a big mistake by Arjun, because he didn't play h6. Oh, the exchange down compensation is 2 pieces for a rook. That's huge. But Nakamura also played a mistake. Okay, this is of course Armageddon, and we are gonna see a lot of mistakes here. but 2 pieces for rook, and practically I think much more difficult for Arjun to play this. So Arjun in trouble. What about Magnus Carlsen? Magnus Carlsen clearly better. So at this moment, as a roundup, guys, Magnus draw or a win, he wins this match. So it's in favor of Magnus currently. For Arjun also, Nakamura is clearly doing well. For Gukesh with the black pieces, Gukesh needs a draw. Too many things happening over here. Let's focus on what's happening. Queen h5, g6, knight e5. He took here. Ooh. The bishop was important maybe for the defense, but f6, bishop f5, good move found by Wei Yi. Takes, queen goes to g3, now g6 is attacked. Oh my god, it looks very weak. The whole structure over here
King
without
G7.
the minor pieces look very weak. King
G7.
ef6 check. If you go rook f6, there's bishop g5. If you go queen f6, there's still bishop g5.
Queen f7.
Wow, and if this bishop is gonna shift to this diagonal, maybe, is this happening? No. He played king h7, important to keep it on the light square. E takes f6, queen f6. The same thing can happen, but what about directly bishop f4? Yeah, even that is possible with the, but this knight is there. Okay. Ooh, everybody's in, like, Gukesh in trouble, Arjun in trouble. Both of them are in trouble, guys. Let's quickly go to Arjun's game, because there are, but then there are, if there are chances, they're only to hold, Sagar. You
Yeah.
can't really win this such a position, because there is absolutely no, like, you might imagine a fantasy variation where your queen is on e8, but that too, if this rook is not here, it's not even a mate problem. So Arjun has no chance. Maybe I can say this over here. Insane. Nakamura has absolutely.
Yeah, and let's
Oh my
go to
goodness.
Carlsen
And
Caruana.
Carlsen Caruana, Carlsen is. Yeah, here also Fabi has no chance, Sagar. Absolutely zero chance. Which means things are clear. Carlsen is taking this match against Fabiano Caruana. In Arjun's game, Nakamura is taking the what? What? Unbelievable!
What?
Queen f7, big blunder by rook g2 was a finish.
Like, just to
Queen
show
trap
our
or what?
viewers. So
Wait
for
a second,
example,
but even now, right now, what is happening?
it's a mate on g7. Even before you take a
I
Jubai.
thought there is no chance here. Absolutely zero chance. I was gonna come here and say that, announce that, but this moment
So when he
where
took here, the rook takes, king
how
takes,
is he winning?
check, king f1, and
Queen.
taking here, and black is winning.
That
However,
create tactics, other LPDO guys.
However,
LPDO.
he went rook f6, and that's a blunder, and things just completely turned around here. And now Arjun is winning. You must be seeing Nakamura like shaking his head. He must be so upset right now. So Arjun actually, I think, will beat Hikaru. What a turnaround!
I can't imagine. Like, there was no way.
Meanwhile, Amruta, very quickly, Caruana has lost to Magnus. So now we have.
No, but I want to see the finish in Arjun's game. Come on,
Yeah.
that you cannot miss. Because यहाँ पे मेरे को लगा कि even if black makes a mistake, the king is gonna run away. There is
Yeah.
no way the king can get mated. And look at this king has nobody around it. मतलब वो football field and everybody, like all the people are near that thing to goal for a goal. But suddenly वहाँ पे goal हो जाता है.
Yeah. I don't think it's very important to be near. It's more important to hit the best shot here, which has happened for white. Takes, king takes, so king takes, rook g6. And now
queen e8. Yeah.
queen e8 is a very powerful
No,
move,
but
or
is it also
queen
queen
f7. These two moves. If you trade, this is a draw.
Okay, how is it? Oh, he traded. Oh.
No, he didn't.
Acha, he goes queen f7.
Yeah, he
Okay,
found
that
the
was.
best move.
But still, what is the threat?
Take, queen takes, and now g4.
King g5, f4.
Give.
And that is unstoppable, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that is unstoppable. Forced. This is winning g4. Beautiful.
It's so nice. This pawn
Yeah.
is pinned here.
Pinned. If it was not the king, then g4 was like a useless threat. But यहाँ पे
There's
g4.
no queen g4.
Amazing. Like Arjun, that moment, it somehow reminds me of that Vaishali.
Oh, he won. He won.
Guys, ये तो सोचा नहीं था अभी होएगा ऐसा, but this has happened and Arjun beats Nakamura in the Armageddon. Big result. Now time to move to Wei Yi versus Gukesh. Once again, Gukesh is in pressure, but the time gap has been थोड़ा सा कम हुआ है. Not 3 minutes. But how much of a trouble this is? Is it lost?
Yeah, I think it's still possible for black to hold here if white doesn't play well. But I mean, if white plays well, then white is a pawn up. Also, this pawn is a bit weak. Yeah, takes it now 2 pawns up for white.
The only chance is some time gap, yeah?
Okay, gets 1 pawn back, but the knight comes here, threatening knight g5.
Can you? No, you can't go a5 because there's always b5 and then c6 knight doesn't have good squares too. The bishop on e8 is also a bit passive, but the rook is active. Not enough maybe. It doesn't seem like somehow dead lost,
No, it's still some definite chances here for Gukesh.
Oh,
But okay, by the way, Amrita, look at this.
Guys,
Check.
amazing Arjun OP in the chat ho raha hai because it was really an important win and never easy in whichever way to beat Nakamura. Bishop e3. Oh yeah, also live put.
हाँ देखने.
अच्छा सारे चेंज करने देगा. Maybe we keep that last position.
हाँ ये.
People also.
And now 2 minutes 37 seconds for Gukesh, 3 minutes 43 seconds for Wei Yi. King comes up. Actually, some drawing chances exist because of the opposite colored bishop as well. He comes here and now king e7 is a very strong move because if you play bishop c5, I have the move b6. Very strong move. If you play here, I take and then your knight hangs. So,
nice calculation there.
Yeah, finds it.
E7.
Finds it. Let's see if Gukesh also manages to turn this around, Amrita, because Wei Yi has beaten Magnus and Hikaru in Armageddon. So
he beat both of them.
yeah, he is he's the most dangerous Armageddon player right now. But now Wei Yi is down to 3 minutes, 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Gukesh down to 2 minutes, 9 seconds.
But you can just go rook d3 actually. Rook d3 is the safest. Oh, he goes rook d5. King e6. Now again rook d3, no? Oh, but he goes rook g5.
Finds it.
Oh,
And
knight
Amrita,
f5.
now if knight f5, the rook could get kind of potentially trapped.
Knight e7.
This is a thriller actually. We don't know what will happen here, whether it will be a draw or not.
Super chat missed, says Sid. What was it, Sid? Maybe you can just comment. Comment over here.
About the, I think,
App, chess matrimony app.
yes.
Yeah, feel free for doing anything. Sid, by the way.
By the way, Anish Nair contributed to helpchess.org, Amrita. Did you see?
I did read. It was 2 hours ago. It was amazing. We had a great day with more than 57 members today.
Okay, knight v3. Knight v3, Amrita. Threatening check.
Oh, even knight d4. You have to be a bit careful. But can you go bishop c6?
Yeah, I was also thinking about it actually.
But no, knight d4.
Check and take it. I think the best thing is knight f5 Very tough move because check, king f6, take on b7,
What?
and now you take here and win the rook.
Got it.
Oh, he finds it. Gukesh playing top-notch chess, knight d4, take it. Take the knight. Now, actually, the game in very good chances to hold here for Gukesh.
But
That's
it
what
is
he
also
needs.
opposite colored bishop,
So,
no?
the time, look at the time. King f7, good move. Actually, he's going to put his bishop now here. And
So rook has to move.
very difficult to hold, but also not so easy for white to win. So, difficult for black to hold. And difficult for white to win. It's a tough position for both.
It was similar earlier also when Wei Yi had advantage in classical chess.
But Gukesh needs to speed up. He's playing well. He's playing super accurate last few moves, but he is playing it slow. He has now only 1 minute 10 seconds. Wei Yi has 1 minute 40 seconds. We just crossed move 40. So now both players will get 1 second increment per move.
I think the main problem is the black king. It's very weak, and that's why if the rook, bishop, and the king come together, the mating net could be very irritating.
Yeah, but look at Gukesh. What this time usage is really bad.
No, it isn't, because actually from 3 minutes it kind of filled a gap.
No, but Amrita, now it's very much important to quickly play. 46 seconds. Go, Guki, come on. 1 minute 24 seconds. This is all going to come down to, yes, he keeps his rook on the e file so that the moment the bishop moves, he can bring back the rook to trade it. Once the rooks are traded, it's a draw here. But Wei Yi is so resourceful. I think he will try to push c pawn.
Oh, and then maybe b4, c4, b5. No, it would be a draw that time. So rook g7. Good idea. King f5?
King f6, maybe check.
No, not dark square. King f5.
Plays it.
Oh my god, look at Wei Yi. What he's creating is a mating net.
Yeah.
h4, rook f7 is a big... No, king is... And rook f6. Array, that g6 weakness is kind of a problem there.
100%. This is not at all simple.
No, this is very difficult. In fact, in opposite colored
Go, Gukesh, come on. 16, 17 seconds while Wei Yi has 1 minute. It's like such a big thriller, Amruta.
But with your king, when it is your king and less time,
I think, Amruta, let's go. Here. Yeah, with the king, because I don't know if you can get with your king here and then maybe do something on the queen side.
Stops. Look at Wei Yi. F3. Smart move. Maybe. Now you need to go. Yeah. Otherwise, h4, rook f7 is actually a mate. So he had to create an escape square there.
But still the king is misplaced because where to go with the king?
Okay, but even if h4, rook f7, king e6, oh, he goes rook e7.
Yeah, cutting that. g5, threatening h4. h4, great move by Wei Yi. And Gukesh down to 4 seconds. Let's go.
But only 1 second increment, which is not enough. When you're exchanging, also your flag will fall.
No, g3.
Oh my goodness.
Check, king f4.
Oh.
Is there some kind of a miracle that can happen, or Gukesh has lost here? His position is losing. Rook e2. If you take here, maybe
so
there was
lost.
some, I don't know what was the idea.
Rook g2 maybe. Rook g2, no? Bishop d7. No, this is absolutely... Oh, you're losing a piece now. Ooh.
Because
No, maybe your time is also gone. Yeah.
Oh, Wei Yi beats Gukesh.
He manages. Yeah. Oh my god, in Armageddon he's beaten Magnus, Hikaru,
He beat
and
Magnus.
Gukesh.
Amrita, he beat Magnus with black. He beat Hikaru with black yesterday, and today he beats Gukesh with white.
Ooh, it was like the classical game was so, and in fact there was the moment when Gukesh was dead winning.
Really?
Yes, of course. The time was. By the way, Wei Yi really something to appreciate here. Great game by him. great opening also, in fact. But there was this moment. They played amazing chess, both of them, by the way. It was a very, very intense calculation with the less time.
Here, actually, Wei Yi was winning.
But winning was too much, it was highly complex. So don't believe the bar. It feels like Wei Yi is winning a pawn and these pawns are dangerous. But look at this understanding f5 and exactly all of that just came through. And this is not winning because here you're losing one pawn and the bishops did get unleashed completely. And bishop e4, nice move. So the white king landed up in lot of problems. Knight c8, h5 also was found by Gukesh. Beautiful move. Rook c3 was so important, that also he found. And here he had to go rook c2 check. He had 40 seconds. Actually, I did. Yeah, he thought for. He had 8 seconds when he made the move. But rook c2 was winning because if you go king g1, then there was bishop g3. If you go king f1, I think there was bishop d3. If you go king e1, then there was bishop d3 anyway. If you move the knight, then there's bishop g3. No, what exactly it is? Wait a second, just to see.
Rook c1, rook f1.
There is this mating pattern. Okay, but rook c2 was a possibility, but there were some other moves. But यहाँ पे bishop g3 he played, and now he got this. This also looks like black is winning. Okay, but even with bishop e5, it looks like black is winning. So it wasn't somehow, I think, maybe with the
From
passer.
here it got a draw, yeah?
With that passer and...
No, amazing play by Gukesh and Wei Yi fighting. I think Gukesh would be quite upset. This does feel like the Gukesh Fabi game, where Gukesh was completely lost but then saved it and then won the Armageddon. And here also, like Gukesh was completely better. Wei Yi saved it and then beat the Armageddon.
Oh yeah, completely like that. Great this thing. Ooh, points table. कहाँ से points table? Wait.
यहाँ नहीं होगा शायद.
No. And so Magnus Carlsen on 9.5 and he leads. Fabi on 8. Naka on 6.5. Arjun on 6. Gukesh 4.5. Wei is on 4, but he has actually beaten Magnus and but maybe he didn't win the classical game. Not updated, yeah? Yeah. Is this not updated, guys? By the way? Yeah, 1 में 0 दिख रहा है. Correct. This is not updated. Games 4, na? Of course. So what is updated is Magnus' score because games 5, Fabi and Nakamura and Arjun also. Gukesh ka is not updated. So Gukesh ka, he gets 4.5 ka, one more. So he gets 5.5 and Wei gets 1.5. So, both of them are on 5.5. So Gukesh and Wei will be on 5.5, Arjun on 6, Naka on 6.5 and so on. For the women's, by the way, yeah, guys, for women's, Humpy is sole leader. Humpy OP हो जाए chat में 8.5 and she leads. Anna Muzychuk on 8, Ju Wenjun on 7, Vaishali on 6.5, really climbing up now. Today was an important thing. She got 3 points. From 3.5, she moved to 6.5. And that is the power of, you beat your opponent in classical chess. Yahan pe, not enter in Armageddon and you just overtake so many people. Lei Tingjie on 5 and Sara on 5. So, Humpy, sole leading. Even when the world champion Ju Wenjun is playing. Beautiful. Too good. आज का दिन बहुत ही क्रेजी था गाइस. Tomorrow Gukesh versus Magnus. Let's look at all the pairings. In fact, 6th round, 1st June, boards. We have Arjun Erigaisi versus Wei Yi. Whoa. Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana, the all US match, and Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen. So that is the sixth round, and Gukesh will be white against Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. So Magnus actually gets double black. Today he had double black with Fabi. Today with Fabi and tomorrow with Gukesh. And for women's section, the pairing is Humpy will be. Sara is playing against Anna. Oh, Humpy Vaishali. अरे ठीक है, but होना तो है ही. Final it's a game, and Lei Tingjie versus Ju Wenjun. So two Chinese players playing against each other, two Indian players playing against each other, and I think two US players playing against each other. तो ऐसा है guys. Oof. मजा आया गाइस. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर वॉचिंग. कल मिलते हैं 8:30 बजे. बहुत मजा आया आज. एंड टुमारो ऑल्सो होपिंग थिंग्स आर गोइंग टू गेट क्रेजी देर. Aditya says I'm still sad. Gukesh was completely winning against Wei Yi at 1 point. Yes, but we cannot just look at that 1 point because it was a whole game where Wei Yi was pushing. Wei Yi was better for so long. Then from that point you had to kind of come out of the cave, and that's what Gukesh did. And it's like a whole story. You cannot watch that one move in isolation, and that's where Wei also missed certain things. Gukesh also missed certain things. Magnus is undisputed for now. It's his time. I don't think so. Let's see. Study only says by the feeling sleepy. Don't be disappointed about anything guys. Just मज़ा करो, अच्छे से करो, जो भी कर रहे हो अपने लाइफ में अच्छा फील करो और वही फीलिंग पास भी करो. Abhinav asked how to prepare for the first chess tournament. Abhinav, a lot of, if you're playing first chess tournament, remember there's going to be a, how you feel when you write an exam, board exam especially. So first tournament में वही pressure आएगा. So the question is, how do you prepare for that pressure? And no matter what you do, that pressure you cannot prepare from home. Well, that you have to feel it and experience it, and that's the preparation. And the max you can do is something like playing very, very intense focus when you're playing online, when you're playing longer game, after the game you're analyzing, even when you're solving, keeping a time limit, trying to really challenge yourself. In fact, even doing the intense fitness over there. In general, you are putting pressure on yourself and trying to enjoy the thrill. So yeah, that's how it is guys. AS4, you can check this out at Leeches. When you go to Leeches, you will see the watch button, some tabs over there. Go to watch, go to broadcasts, and you will find Norway. It's beautiful. There are also a lot of tactics. It's good to explore. So definitely, maybe somebody in the chat can also help you. But also guys, check out, as Nightbot says, Chess Ranga. Try to improve your chess there. Every day the positions are updated by Sagar, and a lot of themes there, and people, so many people are now coming over there. I think they're enjoying as we are getting the feedback from the chat. So that is great. Nightbot also doing some marketing. Thank you, Nightbot. Okay, so guys, see you tomorrow. It's 1:30 a.m. जिनको भी एग्जाम है कल, अच्छे से पढ़ाई करना है, या अच्छे से सो के जल्दी उठ के पढ़ाई करना है. सिड इज सेइंग आई सुपर चैटेड. यस, आई वी डिड रिप्लाई टू यू सिड दैट feel free to, whatever you feel close to working, definitely go for it. Acha, something else. What was that? Okay, wait a second. Let me see if I have it over here in case. No, I'm seriously asking that. By the way, remember, Sagar sir, remember me from Dr. Chess 3 to 4 years ago, where you did dumb charades to understand me due to my problem. Oh, acha. Acha, just drop this comment. You don't have to super chat again. Tomorrow you can drop this as a comment in the during the stream once to Sagar. I'm sure he will remember. Uh, mm, Dr. Chess was something very close to his heart, and so many times he has been wanting to start it. In fact, guys, it's something like we want to do so much more. Like we have like maybe 100 or 1,000,000 ideas, but practically it is like always very difficult. You're doing this, then you're doing that, and um, not enough, let's say, time for that matter with so many things you want to do. Whatever we can, now we are trying our best because that's the best we can do. Yes. Love Dr. Chess so much, he said. Array, thank you. Good night, Amrita. I'm a good stream today. Array, thank you, Epitome Architects. Hanumanji is saying bye, Amrita and Sagar. Bye, good night. Now you're just a part of my family. Bye. Arey, Hanumanji, I don't know if you had written and I missed your comment, but if that happened, I'm very sorry. But I hope you enjoyed today, and we'll see you tomorrow else also. Thank you, guys, all of you. Thank you so much for all the love and support and positivity to us and to all our players. Take care also to yourself. Make sure you stay lively and with all the joy. Bye.